Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-16, Protecting Victims Act.
When we last left off, the member for Peace River Westlock had 2 minutes remaining. I'll invite him to take the floor. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's quite something. After 10 years of tearing down our criminal justice system and throwing victims of crime under the bus, suddenly the Liberals want to appear like they're the heroes of their own story. One crime that I regularly speak about is the crime of human trafficking. It's a growing and heinous and growing crime right here in Canada, and it's having an impact on victims all across Canada. Non-government organizations, law enforcement have been devastated by the changes that the Liberals have made over the last number of years. And in December, a trafficker was arrested in Lethbridge, Alberta, after the police responded to a call of a girl in medical distress. They found a 14-year-old girl along with 2 other girls, 15 and 16. All had been confined for days, and the youngest was drugged and exploited by other men. At his court hearing, Sky Atoa was released on bail thanks to the Liberal bail system. Thankfully, the police were waiting and rearrested him 30 minutes after his court hearing for breaching the conditions of his bail. More recently, the Alberta RCMP arrested a Brooks man, Chad Jensen, for sex trafficking offences. He's facing 8 charges, including 2 counts of sexual assault, 2 counts of trafficking, and the police believe there's more victims. But guess what happened? He was immediately given bail. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's too much that we could live in a country that doesn't release child traffickers out on bail. A Conservative government would fix these bail problems and ensure that human traffickers face justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, what we've witnessed from the Conservatives is not responding to what the Canadians are asking them to do, including Canadians in Conservative ridings. What we have witnessed over the last number of months is a Conservative Party that continues to want to filibuster. Interesting enough, they finally say they're going to pass C-14, the bail reform legislation. Very important part to the government's agenda. We could have passed it in December. Fingers are crossed. Hopefully they'll pass it. The question I have for the member is, does he not recognize this as an important part of that whole crime package? Canadians want it. Can he give his personal assurance that he would like to see this legislation passed before the end of February?
Yeah, I'm a member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find it incredibly rich coming from that member who adamantly defended C5 and C75 in previous parliaments. He defended the carbon tax, and now suddenly, with a new leader in front of the Liberal Party, suddenly they're going to do a 180 on all of these things and change it. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that they had the opportunity to pass C14, the fixes to their own problems, the bail reform bill, back in the last parliament. They did not bring it forward at committee, and therefore there was no opportunity to pass it in the last parliament.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Deputy.
Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This debate is becoming emotional because we're thinking of all of these women who are victims of femicides, which are on the rise. And in this bill, there's still a measure that has been requested by women for quite some time. And I brought forth a study to committee about coercive control. And what does my colleague think of this?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, I do recall in the last parliament there was even a bill precisely to deal with the coercive control. I seconded that bill. I'm disappointed to see that the government hasn't wholesale adopted that bill. I know that this has been an ongoing issue over the last number of years. There was another bill in the last parliament that the Liberals voted against as well that I was hoping that they would take on, where it was just around the element of fear that's required in order to press charges on human trafficking thing. We shouldn't have to examine the heads of the victims to determine whether a victim is being human trafficked or not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Now, member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The intervention from the member from Winnipeg North, I think, required a little bit more unpacking, and so I will put it to the member for Peace River Westlock that it is in fact the government. He is the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader. It is the government House Leader who has tremendous control over the agenda of this place, and the fact that they cannot or have not yet got C-14 approved says everything about the priorities of that government that was more content to have protracted debate around C9 rather than to get on with C14. So if the member for Peace River Westlock would like to take whatever time he's got to further unpack where the responsibility for the absence of meaningful bail reform to fix the system that the Liberals broke.
The member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my member for the question. The reality is that the Liberals are the government. They do control the agenda of this place. It is entirely incumbent upon them to schedule these things. I would like to remind the Liberals how, in addition, that they have a minority government and that they should be working with opposition parties to pass things that we mutually agree upon. Fixes to Liberal bail have been something that apparently the Liberals agreed with us on. It should have been the first thing that they would have put on the agenda rather than muddying up the waters with a bunch of other bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg North, about 25 seconds.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. It's the Conservative Party. I at one time asked if we could sit for a couple extra weeks till midnight, and the Conservatives said no. The reason why we do not have bail reform or bail legislation today is because of the Conservative Party of Canada. We apologize for misleading Canadians on that point.
The member for Peace River Westlock, 20 seconds.
Bullocks, Mr. Speaker, bullocks. The Liberals have entirely the control of this place in terms of scheduling. I think that the member should look in the mirror and perhaps he should figure out which way he is going as he has reversed his position on a number of things over the last years.
Order. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to first recognize Wave of Changes, a charity in Vaughan that's celebrating their 10th anniversary. I'd like to congratulate Ellen Cantardi and her entire board for all of their efforts over the years. Now, Waves of Changes helps families that have children with autism. They help them offset the cost of those therapies. They have funded over 700 applications and raised over $2.5 million since 2016. And since its inception, they have made sure that every single dollar has had an impact. In 2026, we dedicate this milestone by marking it a decade of hope, a decade of opportunity, and a decade of giving. Congratulations again. Now, it's an honor to rise today to discuss a very important issue in our country related to public safety. Canadians expect Parliament to approach criminal law with seriousness and humility. Our decisions have the utmost real-life impacts on Canadians. They determine how we protect victims, how we hold offenders to account, and whether people feel safe in their homes and in their communities. That responsibility demands clarity, it demands discipline and honesty. Bill C-16 meets that standard in many important respects. In others, it does not. I want to be clear from the outset. I have witnessed, upon returning to Ottawa in this winter session, the falsehoods coming from the Liberal government that Conservatives are obstructing legislation on public safety. Many of the victim-focused provisions come directly from legislation introduced by my Conservative colleagues prior to the introduction of Bill C-16. Making the murder of an intimate partner automatically first degree, a measure first proposed by my Conservative colleague from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola in Bill C-225, expanding the offence prohibiting the non-consensual distribution of intimate images to capture sexually explicit deepfakes, draw directly from my Conservative colleague, the Member of Parliament for Calgary, Nose Hill, Bill C-216. And of course, updating the mandatory reporting requirements for child sex exploitation material legislation originally enacted by a previous Conservative government and later modernized through Conservative initiatives. We support these measures. We have supported them consistently. We have called for them long before the government had decided that public safety had become politically inconvenient to ignore. Now, that context matters, And it matters because Canadians are being told a story by this Liberal government. They are told that Conservatives are blocking progress. They are told that we are unwilling to move legislation forward, and they are told that democratic debate amounts to indifference towards victims. Now that narrative collapses under even the modest scrutiny. Allow me to highlight the case of Bill C-14, the Liberals' bail reform legislation. Now we all know for years Conservatives have been calling on the government to get tough on crime, tough on repeat offenders. Bill C-14, while not going far enough, is better than what we have now. It does not address the underlying issue of removing the principle of restraint from Bill C-5 and C-75, which is leading to the catch and release issues we are plagued with today. Since the Liberals are making their rounds in the media, suggesting we are obstructing bail reform, for the people watching at home, let me highlight how the Liberals play politics with crime. So the Liberals finally introduced their bail reform legislation on October 23rd. On November 18th, they went to committee. Now, instead of advancing this legislation at committee, so it could get the expert testimony and be sent back to the House of Commons for a vote and passed, from November 18th all the way until January 27th, they chose to prioritize a different bill, C-9, and support a block amendment that attacks freedom of expression and religious freedom, an amendment they knew we could not support. Now, we asked 20 times before the Christmas break for bail reform to be moved ahead, and it was denied. Why? They did so in order to advance a narrative that because we're fighting back against Bill C-9 and their attacks on freedom of expression, we are therefore obstructing bail reform. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect example of how Liberals are playing politics with public safety. Now, Conservatives have been calling for stronger responses to violent crime, which is up 55%, to human trafficking, which is up 84%, and to sexual assaults, which are up 76% in this country since this Liberal government took office. We did so when the government dismissed rising crime as a perception problem. We still have former Liberal members of Parliament, like the one from Vaughan Woodbridge, who suggest crime is just a perception problem, using year-over-year statistics instead of a multi-year average to look at the actual trend. And we did so while Liberals repealed mandatory penalties, expanded constitutional sentence, and pursued a bail framework that has left communities, including Vaughan, less safe. Now, Bill C-16 combines measures that strengthen public safety with a sweeping restructuring of sentencing law that is fundamentally weakening Parliament's role. And that is the problem. And that's why this bill should indeed be split. The creation of coercive or controlling conduct offenses within intimate relationships is a serious and necessary reform. Its earlier intervention before abuse escalates into severe violence or homicide is very important, and Conservatives support this approach. The expansion of deepfake offenses is necessary to respond to modern forms of sexual exploitation. Conservatives support this as well. The procedural reforms aimed at reducing trial delays deserve careful study. Justice delayed serves neither the accused nor the victim. Conservatives are prepared to engage constructively on those provisions. But embedded within this bill is a sentencing provision that does not belong with the rest. A provision that transforms mandatory minimum penalties into discretionary suggestions. A provision that applies across almost the entire criminal code. A provision that fundamentally alters how Parliament expresses denunciation for the most serious crimes. Under Bill C-16, judges would be required to impose a sentence below the mandatory minimum whenever applying the minimum would amount to cruel, unusual punishment for the offender. That provision applies to nearly every mandatory minimum in federal law, excluding only murder and high treason. In practical terms, mandatory minimums would no longer be mandatory at all. That includes offenses such as aggravated sexual assault with a firearm, human trafficking, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, drive-by shootings, and multiple other firearm offenses. Parliament set these penalties deliberately, not casually, not symbolically, but because certain conduct is so dangerous, so destructive, and so harmful that incarceration was deemed to be the baseline not the exception. The Supreme Court has never held that mandatory minimum penalties are unconstitutional per se. It has never stripped Parliament of its authority to impose them. Section 12 of the Charter prohibits punishment that is grossly disproportionate. This House should pay close attention to what the Court actually said, particularly in Quebec Attorney General versus Senville. In that case, the Court was sharply divided. The majority relied on hypothetical scenarios to invalidate mandatory minimum penalties for child sex exploitation offenses. But the dissent, led by Chief Justice Wagner, issued a warning that Parliament would be reckless to ignore. The dissent reaffirmed a foundational principle. Hypotheticals must be reasonable. They must have real, factual, and legal connection to the offense before the court. Parliament is not required to legislate for the least serious imaginable application of an offense. Using remote or extreme hypotheticals to dismantle sentencing floors risk undermining democratic accountability itself. And those words matter. Bill C-16 ignores that warning entirely. Instead of responding to Senville with discipline by clarifying offense definitions or crafting a narrow and targeted safety valve, the government chose the most expansive option available. It used the contested decision as justification for wholesale retreat from Parliament's sentencing authority. The government will point to law enforcement organizations and victim advocacy groups that have welcomed parts of this bill. Conservatives respect those voices. We listen to them, and we agree with them. Millions of Canadians voted for the official opposition to do precisely that, to hold the government to account, to improve legislation, and to demand excellence, especially of matters of public safety. Now, Conservatives stand ready to work. We stand ready to improve this legislation. And, of course, we stand firmly on the side of victims, communities, and public safety. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The Conservatives have not been supportive of getting legislation passed. And let's give the ideal example of the Bill C-14. The Prime Minister, 70 new elected Liberals, get elected. Government says bail reform legislation is critically important. We do the consultations. Provinces, law enforcement, other stakeholders bring forward the legislation. The Conservative Party of Canada is the reason why that legislation never passed. It's as simple as that. Now we talk about Bill C-16. Again, important crime legislation, and they are coming up with excuses as to why it is that they do not want to see this pass. Will the member opposite agree that it's time the Conservative Party start allowing our crime agenda, Canadians' agenda, to pass? After all, even Canadians in Conservative ridings want this type of legislation passed. Will the Conservative Party commit to passing this legislation before the end of February?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that statement, although unfortunately much of it is placed in some alternate universe that must exist out there because, as everyone is well aware, Conservatives have been advocating for a tough-on-crime agenda for years at this point. We supported sending Bill C-14 to committee for study, but yet it was put behind Bill C-9. And then they decided to use their time to try and ram through attacks on freedom of expression. Why? We called for that bill to be moved ahead.
The House will now resume its proceedings. I think the problem has been sorted out, so we will continue. We were on questions and comments. The question had been asked, and I'll invite the member for Vaughan Woodbridge to respond to the most recent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the comment, although his comments seem to be derived out of an alternative universe, because the facts on the ground are Conservatives have always supported and advocated for tougher sentencing laws and wanted this government to get tough on crime. Now, the bill C-14 was introduced on October 23rd. We advanced that bill to committee November the 18th under the understanding that it would be moved quickly through committee so it could be passed into law. But the government then decided to ram C-9 through and support a block amendment that attacked freedom of expression. All to say that while we're defending freedom of expression, therefore we are obstructing bail reform. So not only have we always been in support of tougher crime laws, but what Canadians need to ask themselves is why. They broke the bail laws to begin with. We're here to...
Questions, comments? Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many things in C-16, many different aspects and provisions, and that's why committee work will be important. I talked about the work I did to start a study to hammer home the importance of revisiting coercive control to make it criminalised, and that's a request I've been making for the longest time. It's in this bill. Another fight that I've undertaken and that my colleague Ferry Verdunot has undertaken is that about a framework around the Jordan principle. So now some criminals are released because the court case took too long, and this has been decried at the Status of the Women Committee. My question comment is that there's a woman who came to talk to us, about how important it is to have a framework for the Jordan principle because her aggressor was able to walk free because the court case took too long. So she wanted there to be too much change. It's been waiting for too long. So what does my colleague have to say about this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. So we support and are in favour of these provisions of the bill. So just to be clear, we think this bill needs to be split, and specifically around the provisions with respect to mandatory minimums, because this bill is essentially a test. And what it does is open up all past rulings where a particular law sentencing was deemed unconstitutional to be opened up again for debate. It removes the guardrails that Parliament has. It removes the instruction from Parliament, and it will create more delays and more litigation, and this is something that needs to be clarified in this bill.
Questions and comments. A brief question from the honourable member versus the Milky Mean, Celtic, Glenaghan, West Kootenay.
I thank my colleague for his speech, and it's obvious that Canadians have been crying for help, and Canadian municipalities in particular crying for help for years from the Liberals. And they've been burdened with crime in the streets and criminals walking the streets. Why do you think this is suddenly such an important issue to the Liberals? They finally are putting it on the agenda as if it's something brand new that they've never heard of before.
Any questions to the chair? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, a brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Their own ideology has finally got in the way because public safety has become too politically inconvenient for them to ignore. Now, as I said earlier, we've been advocating for tougher sentencing laws and bail reform for years at this point. We're ready to advance bail legislation. We're ready to get serious in cracking down on crime and on criminals and keeping them behind bars where they belong. Conservatives will always stand up for public safety.
Resuming debate, please do débat. The honourable member for Calgary, Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're debating Bill C-16, and I think in doing so, we need to first set out some of the context for why we are having this debate and how we got here, or where we are right now as a society in Canada. One of the unfortunate outcomes of this past 10 years of Liberal government has been a measurable, significant rise in incidents of crime in Canada. This is not an opinion. This is measured by Statistics Canada and many other observers. Every category of crime is up after 10 years of this Liberal government. And some of the ones that are spectacularly, in such a negative way, up are things like violent crime on transit systems in our cities, extortion, violent crime. We've seen the murder and the increased incident of the murder of police officers. I mean, really serious, troubling crime that Canadians are very concerned about. And so, how did we get here? Well, Mr. Speaker, this government undertook very specific legislative changes that have affected the incidence of crime in our cities and towns and in all places across Canada. In the 42nd Parliament, they brought in Bill C-75, which was the catch and release bail law change. And that's not just a clever political phrase, Mr. Speaker. It is literally what that bill did to our system, where they brought in and legislated the principle of minimum restraint and compelled by law the principle that judges must always apply minimum restraint. And so this plays itself out in our courts, where people are arrested and released and rearrested and released and rearrested and released on again, and so forth. So police forces across Canada all know who the small number of criminals that commit a disproportionate number of offenses, who they are. And they can do nothing about it other than rearrest and rearrest and rearrest. The City of Vancouver says that they have 40 individuals that are responsible for 6,000 annual police interactions. So these are people that are arrested over and over and over again. Literally, an average of more than 3 times a week for this small group of criminals. So this is the principle of minimum restraint working itself out in the streets of our cities. And every other city police department has a similar story. I've talked to many police officers in my city and who affirm that this is the case in our community as well. So this last summer, the summer before last, I spoke to the city police chief's office in Calgary and heard about a series of home invasions where they arrest the same person, the leader of a group of people that were breaking into homes at 3 or 4 in the morning. And when you break into a house at 4 o'clock in the morning, that's a home invasion. You're expecting the homeowner to be in their bed at that hour. And they arrest the suspects, they figure out who's doing it, they arrest them, and they are released in order to do, and then are able to do the same offense the same week, rearrested, the same offense. So on it goes. The other concrete step that this government took that has had the result of increasing crime in Canada has been, or failing to address crime in Canada, was Bill C-5 in the 44th Parliament. In that Parliament, they passed a bill that stripped away mandatory minimum penalties for a host of offenses, including serious drug and firearms offenses. And so that's where we are today. We have a measurable, demonstrative increase in crime after decades of falling incidents of crime. We had, for the first time in many decades, a rise in crime over a 10-year period. And the response of this government during that time period was to make it easier for criminals to get out of jail and harder for judges to send repeat violent offenders into custodial sentences. So here we are today debating Bill C-16, and it contains measures that indeed Canadians and Conservatives have been demanding for years. We have asked through private members' legislation from the Conservative benches. The member for Calgary Nose Hill had a bill in the last Parliament to ban artificial deep fakes of intimate images and the circulation thereof, and include that in the criminal code, and to compel internet service providers to report incidents of child sex abuse material. We had the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola, who had proposed through private members' legislation the automatic first-degree charge for murder of an intimate partner. So these are things that we have proactively suggested to the government, and we are pleased that they have adopted these measures. We're pleased that they're at least talking about the bottlenecks in the system, that they are introducing legislation about coercive control and about restoring or preserving mandatory minimum penalties. But, Mr. Speaker, are they? This bill contains a carve-out that many observers, including prosecutors, suggest will, in fact, do nothing to protect mandatory minimum penalties, including ones that have been upheld by the Supreme Court for decades and that have been introduced by successive Liberal and Conservative governments exercising their democratic responsibility to determine, as elected officials, what power the state would have to incarcerate somebody for serious crime. The carve-out contained in this bill may well undo mandatory minimum penalties that currently exist and have currently been upheld, while failing to reinstate them in many other cases that the public is demanding. So this bill has problems. This bill is not a panacea to deal with this problem, and it really is worth reminding Canadians why we are here. And it's come to my attention, I forgot at the outset to state I will share my time with the member from Richmond Hill South. So thank you for the reminder of that. We don't want to, because I'm looking forward to his remarks as well. But the carve-outs turn Parliament. The carve-out in this bill potentially turns the power of elected officials, the power of the people of Canada who elect their representatives to come to this place and determine what the penalties should be for heinous, terrible offenses, and to turn them into mere guidelines. So, I mean, these hypotheticals that they always come up with. I was here for the debate on C5 when David Lametti came up with an outrageous, actually quite an arrogant and offensive scenario that he imagined for why they shouldn't have a mandatory minimum sentence for dangerous use of a firearm with intent. And so we see this from the Liberals trying to imagine a circumstance rather than dealing with the concrete. And it goes to an approach, and we don't agree with that approach. That approach is what has got us here. So I hope that this bill will be examined thoroughly. Probably it will need to be amended, but that at the end we will get to where we need to be and restore the power of Parliament to determine mandatory minimum penalties for serious crime.
Questions and comments. Question commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, first, Mr. Speaker, to recognize that Bill C-16 actually reinstates mandatory minimums. What it does is it puts in a safety valve so that we will be charter compliant. The member from Kamloops, the Conservative member that sits right in front of the member, has actually advocated in the past regarding the need for safety valve. The Conservative Party, much like it's doing with C-14, wants to continue to prevent the legislative agenda to pass. I've asked now one of his colleagues, and I would ask the same member, would this member or the Conservative Party agree that it is a part of a crime package, including Bill C-14, and make a commitment, at least a personal commitment, to allow this legislation to pass all readings before the end of February?
Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
It's funny how he wants me to commit to a series of things that his own House Leader has most of the control over, which is when a bill is going to pass in this place. I don't know when they're going to call the bill. We've already seen what they've done at the Justice Committee, where C-14 was expeditiously referred to the Justice Committee only to languish there while they play politics with Bill C-9. So, this member is determined to blame the opposition for their inability to manage the parliamentary calendar.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, la députée.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. But I would also like to note that Quebec saw its 4th femicide of the year in my riding, the riding of Shefford. So obviously, all my thoughts are with the family members and loved ones of Véronique Champagne. There was a vigil in Rougemont. And there I heard some remarks by one of her friends. She said that femicide is among the most avoidable categories of crime because there are often precursor signs that it will take place. This brings me to the question of coercive control. We heard in committee that as long as the criminal code does not recognize coercive control, police officers will lack the tools they need to intervene in advance before a situation degrades and becomes a femicide. This is such a crucial issue. So what does my colleague have to say about it?
Well, the member mentions, I didn't really have time, it's a pretty big bill to go through all of it, and so I'm glad that she brought that portion of it to my attention in this debate and allowed me a moment to comment on it. Yes, we agree and stand with victims, and yes, we know that there are many signs, and we never want to see scenarios where someone is murdered and everybody that knows the scenario or the family, or whether it's the police or the neighbors who say they saw it coming, but the police lack tools to intervene. So this is a very serious concern, and it's something that many of our members have talked about and commented on, and so yes, we are very concerned about this, and are glad that we have this debate happening on C-16.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ponoka Disbury.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Crowfoot for his excellent speech. I just want to recap how things work around here, Mr. Speaker, and ask my colleague to comment on them. Conservatives are always way out ahead of Liberals when it comes to things dealing with justice and public safety. As a matter of fact, we've warned them about the consequences of their changes in Bill C-75, Bill C-5, and a number of other changes that they made. We told them that crime would go up, and we told them that our communities would become less safe. They ignored us and did it anyway. Then we proposed private members' bills, of which the Liberals across the way systematically vote against every single time until public pressure gets so great that they actually then take our ideas, bundle them up in a bill, put them before the House, and then claim that we're blocking them. Is that actually true?
Member for Calgary Crowfoot, a brief response.
Well, that was an excellent, succinct summary of exactly what has happened in this place over the last 10 years. That is exactly it. They create a problem, we propose a solution, they turn down our solution, they copy our solution, and then blame us for it not passing fast enough. That's exactly what's going on in this place.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South will have exactly 10 minutes before we have to interrupt for question period. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have become very familiar with Liberal rhetoric on public safety, unfortunately. We hear the words combating crime, standing with victims, protecting women and children. But words are not results, and rhetoric does not keep communities safe, unfortunately. Bill C-16 is a case study in this government's approach to justice. Announce the right intentions, borrow conservative ideas, and then quietly undermine accountability in the fine print. This bill contains provisions that will genuinely help victims. We will admit that. Provisions conservatives have long supported, proposed, and defended in this House. But it also contains structural changes that weaken sentencing certainty, expand judicial discretion, and erode Parliament's authority, all while violent crime continues to rise. Now, make no mistake, Conservatives are ready to get to work, and we will work with the Liberals. They are more than welcome to take our ideas, as they already have. But Canadians deserve honesty, not more Liberal spin. You cannot claim to be tough on crime while systemically weakening consequences for the most serious crimes. Where Bill C-16 is grounded in reality, rather than the same old Liberal ideology, it deserves some recognition. The creation of a criminal code offense targeting intimate partner violence is an important first step, because we know violence rarely begins with a single act. It begins with patterns like control, isolation, intimidation, surveillance, and financial pressure, all designed to dominate another person. By recognizing this behavior as criminal before physical violence occurs, the law can intervene earlier. This approach aligns with conservative principles of protecting victims, taking threats seriously, and deterring violence before it escalates. If the Liberals are serious about addressing intimate partner violence, Conservatives stand ready to strengthen this provision along with this bill, not just more Liberal announcements. Much of what the government is now promoting as progress in Bill C-16 is, in fact, a long-standing Conservative policy. So let me start by saying, making the murder of an intimate partner automatically first degree, that was the first advance by the Conservative member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola. Expanding protections against the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, like sexually explicit deepfakes, that also came from Bill C-216 from Conservative member for Calgary Nose Hill, which the Liberals had expressed opposition to before they finally embraced it. Mandatory reporting of child sexual exploitation material, that was built on the laws enacted by the previous Conservative government. We're glad the Liberals have finally recognized the value of these Conservative proposals. They're welcome to take our ideas because Canadians are safer every time they do so. But this record also exposes a contradiction that Canadians are noticing. If Conservatives were right on protecting victims, why does this government continue to be wrong on sentencing, bail, and accountability? So this is the heart of the problem with Bill C-16, Mr. Speaker. Buried inside this omnibus bill is a so-called safety valve that would afford judges with significant discretion on sentencing for nearly every serious offense in the criminal code. We've seen how this played out in several instances where the Liberals have enabled judges to give discounted sentences based on the race or immigration status of the accused, meaning Parliament would explicitly authorize courts, because of Bill C-16, to impose sentences below mandatory minimum penalties whenever a judge concludes that applying the minimum would be cruel and unusual for that particular offender. Now, that is not a narrow exception. It applies to nearly every mandatory minimum in the criminal code, excluding only murder and treason. So in other words, judges could ignore mandatory sentences for crimes like various sexual offenses, robbery with a firearm, weapons trafficking, child sexual abuse material offenses, robbery, and extortion. And we know mandatory minimums exist for a reason. They ensure the uniform denunciation of serious crimes. They provide a predictable and baseline consequence for the most dangerous crimes. They provide deterrence and incapacitation of dangerous offenders. Bill C-16 replaces legislative certainty with subjective, offender-specific assessments, thereby fragmenting sentencing across cases, courts, and jurisdictions. And another example that the Liberals are putting criminals first. If a mandatory sentence can be ignored whenever a judge disagrees with Parliament, then Parliament is no longer setting sentencing policy. Judges are still left to fill the gap, and that's not progress, as the Liberals like to describe. and that is the quiet erosion of democratic accountability and leaves the criminal justice system unaccountable to the Canadian electorate. And the result of this is that Canadians all across the country will live with the rising violence, and the victims will ultimately pay the price as mandatory minimums are not enforced. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a step back on how we got here. And perhaps the clearest measure of this government's priorities is what it has not done. It's impossible to ignore that it has been 9 months since the last election. And still in those 9 months, despite daily headlines, police warnings, and community fear, the government has delivered no meaning bail reform to scrap the weak Liberal bail, no serious action targeting repeat violent offenders, and absolutely no urgency in restoring public safety. Since this Liberal Prime Minister took office, not a single public safety bill has been passed so far, despite multiple attempts by Conservatives to make concrete proposals after months of work to fix the justice system that the Liberals broke in the first place. This resulted in violent crime being up 55%, sexual assaults up nearly 76%, and human trafficking up 84%. These aren't just abstract statistics. Behind these numbers are victims, the families, and neighborhoods that no longer feel safe all across the country because the Liberals set into motion this catch-and-release system not too long ago. Police officers, prosecutors, and premiers have all said the same thing. The Liberal bail system, which they're responsible for, is now broken. Repeat violent offenders are being released again and again, and sometimes within hours, only to re-offend again. What's even worse is that instead of scrapping the weak Liberal bail and fixing the bail system for good, the government first focused attention on Bill C-9 back in the fall, repealing long-standing and important criminal code safeguards that protect religious freedom made in good faith. Without these long-standing safeguards for individuals acting in good faith, that is, reasonable and without malicious intent, core freedoms are put at risk. The preaching of religious doctrine or the reading of sacred texts could be swept into criminal law if a government of the day deems it objectionable. At the same time, the proposal introduces a vague and elastic definition of hate, one that invites abuse and risks criminalizing lawful expression that has always been protected in a free society. Fixing bail should come before policing beliefs. Protecting communities should come before restricting liberty. And Conservatives will always defend freedom of religion and expression, especially when government overreach hides behind these so-called intentions. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are not here to obstruct. We're here to stand ready to work with the Liberals to strengthen victim protections, to scrap the weak Liberal bail system which the Liberals set into motion. We're here to restore sentencing certainty, and we're here to reassert Parliament's role and make communities safer. The Liberals are more than welcome to take our ideas, as they already have, if it delivers real results for Canadians. Except we know the Liberals always water down our ideas and then take the credit for it. And they're free to take the credit for it if it delivers for Canadians. But rhetoric must finally match reality. Canadians don't want speeches. Canadians don't want photo ops or press releases, and they certainly don't need another public safety summit so the Liberal government can figure out what's wrong after 10 years. They want safety, they want accountability, they want action, and they want a justice system that puts victims and law-abiding Canadians first. We as Conservatives stand ready to deliver that. Thank you.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Canada is facing an unprecedented threat to our sovereignty from Donald Trump and his administration. This represents the most serious external danger to our country in decades. But we also face challenges to Canada's unity from within. Actions and words that sow division, spread hatred, and foment violence are scourges that undermine and damage society. This week, we marked International Holocaust Remembrance Day, a somber commemoration of the genocide that took the lives of 6 million Jews and damaged millions more. Today is the National Day of Action Against Islamophobia and remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack that killed and injured 25 Muslims at prayer. Together, these profound memorials remind us of the deadly effects of racism and the need to confront it and defeat it every day. New Democrats will always stand with those fighting for the equality, dignity, safety, and respect of all Canadians.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on December 19th, we had the great joy of celebrating one of my constituents, Mr. Donald Brown, as he turned 100 years young. Mr. Brown is a treasured and inspiring member of our community, and it was a true pleasure to welcome him to the office to talk about the environment and clean energy topics he remains deeply passionate about. I am delighted to stand here in the House of Commons to wish Mr. Brown a happy belated 100th birthday and another year filled with happiness and health. Once again, congratulations, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this week the U.S. Ambassador said that NORAD would have to be altered if Canada pulls back on the F-35 purchase, suggesting that the United States would have to take over operations to address threats if we did not have the correct aircraft to do it. On Monday, we heard the National Defence Committee from the commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force, who said clearly that the F-35 are the only fighter jet with the advanced capabilities that our Air Force needs. This week, the Minister of National Defence said the file is still under review, but we heard testimony last fall that the review was complete and on the Prime Minister's desk. Which is it? The F-35, a fifth-generation stealth fighter, won the competition that the government ran, easily defeating its lesser competitors. It is the only aircraft capable of carrying out operations required. Our Air Force is calling for this aircraft. Our allies are calling for this aircraft. What more does the Prime Minister need to see? When will the Prime Minister commit to purchasing all 88 F-35s that our Air Force and our allies need?
Hear, hear.
I'm a member for Willowdale.
I rise today to pay homage to brave Iranians and to spotlight the bloodshed that occurred in Iran after courageous Iranians took to the streets to demand dignity and freedom. The scale of the wholesale brutality unleashed on these peaceful protesters by the Iranian regime is unprecedented in the annals of modern history. Many thousands of Iranians were massacred, and many more have been detained. The pictures emerging from Iran are both horrific and unconscionable. Any regime that brutalizes its own citizens is a grave menace to every member of the international community. I stand among you to say we cannot remain indifferent. We must join other countries to do everything we can to hold this Iranian regime to account and to assist beleaguered Iranians. What I'm certain of is that courageous Iranians will ultimately prevail. This criminal regime is destined for the dustbin of history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, real change can begin when one person finds the courage to speak when it would easier often to stay silent. This summer, I met Oshawa resident Caroline Harlow, a former Canada Border Services Agency officer. Caroline worked through cancer treatments, expecting to return to the specialty position she earned. Then she became pregnant and was pushed out of the work she loved. Rather than walking away quietly, Caroline chose to speak. By sharing her experience, she opened the door, and what began as one voice became many, leading to the Public Safety Committee passing my motion to study the systematic discrimination and toxic workplace culture that exists at CBSA. That is the power of one. I encourage all members to listen carefully to the voices in this study and take its findings seriously. I thank you, Caroline, but more importantly, so do the hundreds of officers who deserve a psychologically safe place to work.
Good job.
Yeah, well said.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians in my riding have never been prouder to be Canadians. We are more willing than ever to work together to make our country stronger. We care about one another, we help one another, and we look out for one another. These are the Canadian values. That's why earlier this week the Prime Minister announced the new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. This new benefit will provide meaningful support to more than 12 million low and modest income Canadians. As long as we stand up for our country and refuse to weaken ourselves from within through division and quarrels, we remain unbreakable. Unity is not just about kilometers of territory, it is a shared vision for our future. We stand in solidarity with the world in defense of human rights and sovereignty, and we draw a clear red line when it comes to protecting our country. Let us pull together, work together, collaborate together for the good of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, the situation remains fragile for members of Syria minority communities. The new government makes promises but has not yet been able to provide guaranteed security for its citizens. Recent massacres targeting the Druze community around Suwaida and the ongoing blockade of Kobani by HTS fighters are especially concerning. After years of civil war, the Kurdish and Druze community wants to help rebuild Syria. Their efforts are frequently being met with suspicion, distrust, and violence. The government of Syria, and indeed all Syrians, need to ensure their actions match their words. Working together, they can build a new Syria, a prosperous, democratic state with justice and equality for all its citizens that can once again shine on the world stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Today I rise to remember Private Mark Anthony Graham and to honor the 40,000 Canadians who fought with NATO in Afghanistan. Following the September 11th terrorist attacks, the United States of America invoked NATO's Article 5 for the first time in history, calling America's allies to their collective defense. Canada answered that call. Private Mark Anthony Graham was a Canadian soldier. He was an Olympic athlete and a graduate of Sir Allan McNabb Secondary School in my riding, and a role model to young Canadians. On September 4th, 2006, Private Graham was killed fighting on the front line with NATO during Operation Medusa in Afghanistan. The recent comments by the American president claiming NATO forces were not on the front lines dishonor the memory of Canadians like Private Graham who gave their lives in defense of our American allies. We owe it to our veterans to speak the truth and to honor their service with respect and remembrance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said Canadians should judge him by the prices at their grocery store. Now food prices are rising twice as fast since he took office. It will now take $17,000 to feed a family of 4, $1,000 more than last year. A record 2.2 million Canadians are being forced to visit food banks in a single month, all because the Liberal industrial carbon tax is driving up costs for farm equipment, fertilizer, and food processing. Worse than the old carbon tax, with no rebate for Canadians. Even Liberals realize that families are struggling to put food on the table when basic grocery costs are rising 5 to 25% year over year. When will this government finally introduce legislation that will eliminate the industrial carbon tax, eliminate the fuel standards tax, boost competition at grocery chains, and cut red tape for farmers?
Hear, hear. Hear. And I'll just ask members to try to keep the noise down to a dull roar, please.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, on January 29th, 2017 at around 7:45 p.m., we lost 6 of our fellow citizens in the tragic events that took place at the Grand Mosquée of Quebec City. 6 Muslim Quebecers were murdered for the sole reason that they were Muslim, for the sole reason that they had gone out that evening to pray with their fellow believers. Mr. Speaker, Quebec lost 6 of its own, and our thoughts today are with the loved ones, families, and friends who lost those dear to them. And we...
Barry, Azzedine Soufiane, Abdelkrim Hassan, Khaled Belkacemi, Aboubaker Tabti.
You are not forgotten, and you remind us that no one should suffer, be threatened, be excluded, or be discriminated against because of what they believe or do not believe. Mr. Speaker, let us work together to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Central.
Mr. Speaker, last week in South Korea, I joined parliamentarians and activists from around the world at a conference on true LGBTQIA+ rights, where I was proud to share our Canadian experience. At a time when democracy, inclusion, and fundamental freedoms are under attack globally, Canada must lead with clarity and resolve. As the Prime Minister affirmed in Davos, our path forward must be both principled and pragmatic. February is Black History Month, and this year marks the 30th anniversary of its recognition in Canada. We honor the resilience, leadership, and contribution of Black Canadians, and we recommit ourselves to justice and equal opportunity. Let me be very clear. Racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, discrimination, and hate in any form have no place in this House, no home in our communities, and no future in Canada. In moments of uncertainty, Canadians do not turn inward. We stand together, we lead with purpose, and we move forward undaunted and determined to defend the Canada we love. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Last year, we worked with the Prime Minister to get things moving again after a decade of Liberal roadblocks. We helped fast-track C5, giving him incredible powers to approve major projects, which would make Canada richer and more secure. But no new projects have been approved. And if you go to the major projects website, it's pathetic. In Saskatchewan, only the Foran copper mine made that Liberal list. And of course, they were halfway through construction before the Liberals even got involved. Way to go, Liberals. The Liberals expect Canadians to believe that only way to clear through all the red tape and bureaucracy they built is yet another office with endless meetings. But we all know all this office will accomplish is wasting taxpayers' money. And just this week, the Liberals voted against the Sovereignty Act that would have got Canada working again. Canadians cannot afford any more of these Liberals' delays. Canadian sovereignty depends on getting the Liberal government out of the way.
Now, a member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's food sovereignty begins with the people who grow and produce our food. In Kitchener-Conestoga, we see that every day. Agriculture is at the heart of our community, and farmers feed families across our country. Recently, I joined with the Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade and the Canadian Ambassador to the U.S. for a national roundtable with Canadian dairy farmers and producers. We discussed the pressures they faced and their determination to keep Canada's food system strong. Safeguarding our food sovereignty requires we support both the producers that feed us and the families facing rising grocery costs. Our government's new Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit will provide targeted support to those who need it most, helping families manage the cost of food. We're also working to reduce food costs by strengthening local food infrastructure, addressing production and supply chain challenges, and investing in domestic food production, including greenhouses. By supporting farmers and ensuring Canadians can afford the food they need, we're safeguarding Canada's food sovereignty for generations to come. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that a country that cannot feed itself has few options. Statistics Canada data shows food inflation is up 6.2%. Canadians are facing pressure at the grocery store, and now it costs $17,600 a year to feed a family of four. In fact, since the Prime Minister took office, food prices are rising at double the rate of the United States. Right now, the Liberal fuel tax adds 7 cents a litre to gas costs, and they want to raise it to 17 cents a litre, Mr. Speaker. These aren't just numbers. These are costs that directly impact farmers and truckers who produce and bring us our food, and then they are passed on to Canadian families. At the same time, the Liberal industrial carbon tax raises the cost of farmers' operations. Conservatives are ready to fast-track solutions through Parliament. By eliminating the industrial carbon tax and eliminating the Liberal fuel standard tax to bring back affordability for Canadians.
Member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, on this National Day of Remembrance of Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia, 6 Canadians lost their lives simply for being Muslim and gathering for prayer. We remember them and honor the families who carry this loss. For Muslim Canadians, it recalls the shock of seeing a place of worship turned into a site of violence, and it reminds us that Islamophobia is real and has destroyed lives in our country. While we've taken important steps by recognizing Islamophobia through M103, developing anti-racism strategies, appointing a special representative on combating Islamophobia, designating hate organizations as terrorists, and more, there's a lot more to do. Today, I call on all Canadians to stand united against Islamophobia and all forms of hatred. To Muslim Canadians, I see you, I feel you, and I've got your back. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kamiskwata. Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, grocery prices have now become a luxury. Food inflation has reached 6.2% over last year, the worst in the G7. In 2026, feeding a family of 4 will cost $1,000 or more than last year. It makes no sense. Grocery prices are rising twice as fast in Canada as in the U.S., while 2.2 million Canadians visit food banks every month. Why is everything more expensive? Because of the Liberal deficits and taxes. The gas tax will go up from 7 to 17 cents per litre. And every time we tax producers, transporters, or processors, it's inevitably the consumer who pays the price. The Conservatives are ready to take action. Remove taxes. Return to a balanced budget. Support our farmers and ease the burden on Quebec families. These are policies that drive down food prices. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds. Mr.
Day of remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack. 9 years ago, 6 people were killed because they were Muslim. Ces hommes étaient des pères.
These men were fathers, sons, and neighbors.
Families who continue to carry this loss. This day reminds us not only of those we lost, it also reminds us of the ongoing need to confront Islamophobia.
Since this tragedy, others have been victims of religiously motivated hate.
Incidents have increased. Many ethnic and religious communities remain hesitant to report hate, leaving too many crimes unaddressed.
Today, I encourage Canadians to take action.
Police makes the problem visible. It ensures that support reaches communities that need it most. Ensemble, nous devons...
Together, we must build safer and more inclusive communities for everyone. Thank you.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
In a stunning admission of failure, overpromising and under-delivering, Liberals this week announced they will be seducing Canadians with their own money. Without acknowledging their failed economic policies have caused structural food insecurity for millions of Canadian families, the Liberals' latest scheme will put $12 billion more on the country's credit card. Now, in the spirit of cooperation, here's an idea. Why not eliminate their industrial carbon tax, fuel standards tax, lower income taxes, boost grocery chain competition, and stop taxing farmers so families can keep food in their carts rather than having to put it back on the shelf?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Or how about having the backs of Canadian families, the middle class and low-income Canadians who need a serious government now to respond to their everyday challenges. That's why we've put in place this particular benefit. That's why we're increasing the GST credit, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, if the Conservatives are serious about the challenges of this country, I would hope, beyond inventing mythology about taxes, that they would come to the floor of the House of Commons with serious ideas of the day. That's what Canadians deserve right now.
Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Well, if things were so great, Mr. Speaker, and affordability was in fact improving, there'd be no need for the Liberals to spend $12 billion more outside of the budget. The truth is the Liberals are doing this to distract from their failed policies. They can, right now, implement solutions to solve the structural problem of grocery affordability and food insecurity crisis that Canadian families and seniors are dealing with. Conservatives are willing to fast-track the elimination of all taxes that are having a cascading impact on higher grocery prices. Will the Liberals join us, or will they obstruct real relief for Canadians and carry on with their short-term vote-buying scheme?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister for Citizenship and Immigration.
It is a classic technique of right-wing populism, Mr. Speaker, to identify every problem imaginable and invent some too, and not propose serious solutions. Only a few months ago, the Leader of the Opposition was calling for the firing of the Bank of Canada. On this side of the House, we take seriously what the Bank of Canada says. We are seeing, in this country, inflation within the target rate. We are seeing record foreign direct investment. We are seeing, beyond Canada, the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, its head, calling the world to look at Canada as an example for the world. Good fiscal policy.
Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this just shows how out of touch this government is. Families in my riding of Fundy Royal and throughout Canada are feeling the pinch at the grocery store. And every month, over 2 million Canadians are now visiting food banks under this government. Food inflation in Canada has doubled just since this Prime Minister took office, making us the worst off in the G7. Conservatives will fast-track policies to reverse the skyrocketing cost of food. Will the government finally put an end to the Liberals' industrial carbon tax, fuel standards tax, and cut red tape on farmers?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence.
I think some facts would be good for this debate right now. Here's one for the Conservatives. We're making life more affordable for 12 million Canadians, allowing them to put food on their table. Mr. Speaker, the Party of No likes to block. We are building affordable homes. They're blocking it. We're building safe streets. They're blocking it. We're building a chance for 12 million families to put food on their table with a 25% increase in the GST. They're blocking it. When will they stop blocking and start building?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, failed Liberal policies got us into this mess, and more failed Liberal policies will not get us out of it.
Right on, Rob.
The cost to feed a family of 4 has increased by $1,000 just in the last year. Liberal taxes are hiking the cost of fuel at every point in the supply chain. To make food more affordable, we need to get rid of the Liberals' fuel standards tax and the industrial carbon tax. When will the Liberals put the best interest of struggling families ahead of their own failed policies?
Here comes another lie.
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to say nostalgia is not a strategy. I don't know why they keep being nostalgic for their past policies. Here's some new ones. This 25% increase to the GST credit will allow a family of 4, the Honourable Member referring to a family of 4, to have up to $1,900 to feed that family. That's real money. We've made the National School Food Program permanent. If the Party of No was serious about helping families, they would support these programs. Stop blocking, start building.
The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent Acawenrac. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was elected by saying, and I quote, "I will be judged on the price of groceries." Well, here we are, nearly 1 year after his election. Families have to spend $1,000 more to feed themselves. We have the worst food inflation in the G7. On this side, the Conservatives are holding out their hand to the Liberals so that they reduce the price of groceries. The Liberals kept boasting about the Liberal carbon tax, but then what did they do? They abolished it. Mr. Speaker, given that they've already abolished one tax, why don't they abolish a second one or a third one? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to say is that, yes, for years now, we have been implementing programs to help Canadians. Dental care, for example. In your riding, Mr. Speaker, you know it works very well. We've also reduced taxes for a huge swath of Canada, and now we will give Canadians an extra support to weather these difficult times. The opposition keeps talking about structural measures. We're implementing structural measures. It takes time, but in the meantime, we're showing Canadians that we are here for them. The Honourable Member for Louis St. Laurent Acawenrac. Mr. Speaker, if these infamous policies worked, we wouldn't have 2.2 million Canadians in food banks every single month in Quebec City, on Lormière Boulevard. Solidarité Famille has beaten historic records. Last year, or in December 2024, they gave 1 hamper, but they've had to give out 23 in 2025. So why is the government not ready to reduce taxes to help all Canadian families? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague that our new government reduced taxes for the middle class. That was the first thing we did. I don't know if he remembers that. But now, well, they should be happy. If it was their idea, they should be happy about it. Once again, they keep talking about Food Bank Canada, but Food Bank Canada advised us to help Canadians in these difficult times. So I'd like to ask the opposition, for once, please vote in favour of this measure that will help Canadians, the most vulnerable Canadians. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, for days now we've been alerting the government that its problems with the new Curam software are preventing pensioners from receiving their old age pensions. At first, the Liberals said it was a scaremongering campaign. Yesterday, they admitted that the problem existed, but that it only affected about 30 people. So allow me to quote Maria Fournier, a journalist. "It's chaos in Ottawa. In all my career, I've rarely been inundated with so many testimonials from distraught people. Mr. Speaker, when will the government finally take its head out of the sand?" The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, one error is one error too many, but we invite everyone who has been affected to contact Service Canada. This is a great modernisation of government systems. This will allow seniors to self-register and to receive their benefits even more rapidly without having to wait on the phone or without having to queue up outside of a government office. We will correct mistakes if there are any, but this is good news for taxpayers. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, other than the cost, Mr. Speaker, once again, Ottawa is driving people crazy. On the one hand, there are people aged 65 and over who have deferred their pensions and have been deprived of checks for 9 months when they finally decide to claim them. On the other hand, there are people who are receiving extra checks, returning them, and are still being sent T4A forms. Meanwhile, the government is doing nothing even though its own officials warned it that its software was chock full of bugs. They were told in June. So when will action finally be taken? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. First of all, there are officials who are working on this system, who are making sure that errors are mitigated and corrected. We are confident that this great modernisation of our government systems will, at the end of the day, allow seniors to self-register, to be better served, to get their benefits even more rapidly than before. That is the case now, and if there are any errors, they will be corrected. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, people aged 65 and over deserve real answers before this turns into another Phoenix fiasco. No one should have to wait 9 months to receive their pension. And there are people that have waited 9 months. No one should have to spend hours on the phone trying to talk to a human to fix the federal government's mistakes. And the first step in solving the problem is to admit that the problem exists and not to downplay it. The new software is causing retirees to have budgetary and financial nightmares. When will the Liberals stop burying their heads in the sand? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, we are convinced that this system and its implementation will be of benefit to all seniors in a specific and ad hoc case-by-case way. That is the government's work. There is an obsolete system that was replaced by a modern IT system, which has now given us better tools to help Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and all members here know that communities are facing a food inflation crisis, with 2.2 million Canadians now relying on food banks in a single month. Tiffany Kift from Simcoe Hall in Oshawa is seeing this crisis firsthand. She says people who never needed help before are lining up, including dual-income families. Conservatives want to work with all parties on serious solutions. Will the government work with us to introduce legislation that eliminates the industrial carbon tax, eliminates the fuel standards tax, and boosts competition in the grocery chains to bring food prices down?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd invite the member opposite to have a look at the government's announcement this week. The new benefit that we've just announced is going to help 12 million Canadians. It's going to provide up to $1,890 this year for a family of 4. This is a measure that food banks have called for, that Food Banks Canada has called for, and it's part of a broader plan. A plan that's going to see us actually improve our supply chains, improve competition in our sector, and benefit families like the one that the member opposite is talking about. We are a serious government doing serious work, and Canadians know this.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
There's a reason why free money always sounds too good to be true, and that's because it is. Liberals take, then gift a tiny portion back and call that good for Canadians. With rebranded one-time payments and additional funding for food banks, the demand will continue to rise as long as the cost of food keeps going up. You can't rebate your way out of high food prices. Why does this government refuse to take serious action by working with us to introduce legislation that actually lowers food prices once and for all?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, not only are we taking actual concrete steps to make life more affordable for Canadians, but we're also investing in the kinds of supports that help families across the board, from early learning and childcare to a national school food program, to a Canada child benefit that is tied to inflation, to a dental care program. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of programs that Canadians depend on that these Conservatives continually vote against. They should get on board. They should join Team Canada. They should be on that side of the House fighting for Canadians in their own constituencies.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
According to StatsCan, food inflation is now up to 6.2%. Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7. Food prices are rising twice as high in Canada as they are in the United States. Driving up the cost of food, the more expensive, less transparent replacement for the consumer carbon tax. They're called the fuel standard tax and the industrial carbon tax, which are increasing costs for farmers, food processors, and truckers. When will these Liberals finally admit that a carbon tax by any name is painful?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the Conservatives' record with respect to affordability. This is the party that supported sending millionaires child benefit checks. They voted against the school food program, daycare, childcare, dental care. The list goes on and on. This past Monday, we announced the Groceries and Essentials benefit, Mr. Speaker, for 12 million Canadians, helping them with the cost of living. It's time for the Conservatives to stop the obstruction, work with us to support working families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Northumberland Clark.
Same old government, same old tired lines. These Liberals have the temerity to get up in this House of Commons and talk to the 2.2 million Canadians that are using food banks right now and tell them, stop complaining. You've never had it so good. Well, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are not so easily fooled. We know that millions of Canadians are struggling. When will these Liberals finally take meaningful action and reduce the cost of food by reducing and eliminating the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standards tax?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, same old tired lines. They hand one question from member to member on their side. Mr. Speaker, let's look at our track record on affordability. We cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the consumer carbon tax. We cut the GST for first-time homebuyers. And on Monday, we announced the Groceries and Essentials benefit that will put up to $1,900 in a family's pocket, a working family's pocket. Right. Mr. Speaker, on that side of the House, they have voted against every affordable measure we have put forward. It's time to stop obstructing and support Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, the member for Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada has confirmed what Canadians already know. Food inflation is up 6.2%, and it's getting harder and harder for people to fill their shopping carts up with groceries. The Liberal fuel standard adds 7 cents to every litre of gas, and that's going up to 17 cents by 2030. And that drives up higher prices at the grocery store. Conservatives would be more than happy to work with the Liberals to repeal this costly policy today. Will they do it?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again in this place, what we see is that the Conservatives are the party of no, while the government is the party of creating opportunities. The Clean Fuel Regulations is an excellent example of that. It was described by the Advanced Biofuels Canada Association as, I quote, the most pro-agriculture as a policy can get. It will actually add $1.09 in value per bushel. This creates opportunities for canola farmers right across all of our communities that are growing it. We are supporting farmers. We are supporting Canadians. They say no.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are paying the price for Liberal economic failure, one grocery bill at a time. A friend of mine showed a flyer last week, the same meat package, twice the price, 1/3 less inside. Canada has the highest food inflation in the G7. Families are paying $1,000 more this year. Food banks are overwhelmed. Why do the Liberals refuse to admit their industrial carbon tax and reckless deficit spending are driving food prices through the roof and pushing families to the brink?
Parliament Secretary for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I would direct the member opposite to the announcement that we made this week, because I think this government has a serious plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. One of the things that the member opposite talked about, I think we're addressing. We're going to be increasing competition in the market. We're going to introduce unit price labeling. This is part of our plan to bring down prices for Canadians and to make their lives more affordable. Part of a plan that's going to see them have almost $1,900 in their pockets for the groceries and essentials that they need. Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Conservatives to join Team Canada, put their money where their mouth is in cooperating with the government, and help us get things done.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, food inflation in Canada is now 6.2%, the highest in the G7. The 2026 food price report shows it now costs over $17,000 a year, $1,000 more to feed a family of 4. Those costs do not appear by accident. Their industrial carbon tax, fuel standards, and food packaging tax all work to increase the cost to grow, ship, and sell food. Conservatives are ready to fast-track proposals to reverse inflation. Will the Liberals immediately introduce legislation to scrap these taxes, boost grocery competition, and cut the red tape for farmers?
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every time this government puts in place a policy or a program to make life more affordable for Canadians, the Conservative Party vote against it. Early learning and childcare, they voted against. Mr. Speaker, the dental program, they voted against. School food program, they don't support that. In fact, they call it garbage. Mr. Speaker, reducing taxes for 22 million Canadians, they voted against. First-time home buyers, reducing taxes, they voted against. Mr. Speaker, instead of complaining that things are tough, why don't they join us in making things easier?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, for months the Liberals refused to invite victims of discount drivers to testify in Ottawa. This week we finally heard from mothers who lost their families because of these public dangers. What these mothers asked is that the government do its job. We submitted 10 actions to be taken to the Liberals. They've accepted one, and since then they've just sat on their hands. When will they finally take action and stop blaming the provinces? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, of course, our hearts go out to those who suffer from tragedies on our highways and other roads here in Canada. My full sympathies to the victims. We have already put forward tangible measures that will have a significant impact on the effects of this in Canada. This is in the budget, and we hope that the Bloc Québécois will help us in adopting the budget as rapidly as possible so we can finally turn to solutions. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. 1 out of 10 recommendations. There's a common thread in the testimonies of Mélanie Séguin and Nathalie Poulin, victims of discount drivers. They do not understand the Liberals in action. I quote Ms. Séguin, "You have families. If it were your sister, your daughter, your mother, what would you do?" I quote Ms. Poulin, "No one wants to hear what we have to say. No one wants to touch this file. Is there anyone today who can explain to me why? I would like to hear it." Mr. Speaker, what is the Minister waiting for? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, no one can bring victims back. And you can be sure that the government has implemented and will continue to implement measures that has been commended by the Quebec Truckers Association, as was the case for other experts. But the MP, Mr. Speaker, is incapable of saying what's provincial and what's federal. It sounds like he wants me to interfere in provincial matters.
The minister broke his promise to build big, build bold, and build now. His big solution was Bill C-5 to establish a major projects office. And yet here we are, and not a single major project has been approved, let alone built. A clear case of a disconnect between rhetoric and reality. So what exactly is the holdup?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know which major project he's referring to. If he has a major project that is not currently before the government, I would like him to bring it to me. What I can tell him is that the MOU signed with his premier envisages nuclear development in the province, carbon capture and storage in the province, interconnects between prairie provinces, Mr. Speaker. Those are all mega projects, and we haven't even left the confines of the province of Alberta yet. We're going to continue working to build this country, Mr. Speaker, whether that MP likes it or not.
That's right. Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Order. Mr. Speaker, it's all talk. This is a Prime Minister who says one thing and does another. He says he's all for major projects, yet he has kept on the books anti-development laws, including the No Pipelines Bill C-69. And this week he voted against the Conservatives' Canadian Sovereignty Act that would reduce barriers and get shovels in the ground. Again, not a single major project approved. So how does the Prime Minister square his rhetoric with his record?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, this Alberta MP may well want to return to Calgary, where I understand his party's having a convention, at which I understand Premier Smith may welcome delegates, and he might ask her the contents of that MOU, that very, very important MOU, which is going to make Canada an energy superpower in renewable and conventional energy, create jobs for the working men and women of the province of Alberta, and create prosperity for all Canadians. That's what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives worked with this government to pass Bill C-5, giving the Prime Minister the ability to fast-track major projects. We did that because Canada can't grow, export, or become more affordable if nothing gets built. But after nearly a year, that fast-track authority has delivered zero results. No projects approved, no pipelines, and barriers remain. So my question's simple. When will this Prime Minister stop talking and start building?
Secretary, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. President, the member opposite is trying to suggest that we're not building. I would remind him that we just saw the largest private sector investment in Canada, LNG Canada, ship its first LNG to Asia. Cedar LNG is now under construction. Woodfibre LNG is now under construction. Sealysim LNG is now approved, and its pipeline is now ready for construction. When Alberta's project is ready, it will be evaluated as well. Let's stop the manufactured rage, and let's build Canada strong.
The honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, less than a year ago, the Liberals got elected on a platform that included an already astounding $62 billion deficit and lower food prices for Canadians. That deficit grew to $78 billion in the fall, and this week they announced $12 billion in new spending to deal with the ongoing food inflation crisis that they created. This is a massive bill that will inevitably be passed on to the next generation. How have we gone in just a decade from a country with a balanced budget and the richest middle class in the world to a country that has to borrow from our kids to subsidize groceries for a quarter of our population?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Citizenship, Immigration, Refugees.
I said it already today, and I'll repeat it. It's a target rate of inflation that's within what the Bank of Canada gives as a guideline, Mr. Speaker, at 2.4%. The food inflation that he points out, yes, this is admittedly a challenge for the country, but the Conservatives are fond of citing reports. The problem is they never read those reports. The Dalhousie University Food Price Index says that climate change is primarily responsible for food inflation in this country. In the meantime, what we are doing is introducing the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. As we've heard, almost $1,900 for a family of four in his constituency, in mine, in all of ours.
I'm a member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't note an answer to the question there. Earlier this week, CTV's Vashi Kapelos pointed out to the Liberal House Leader, quote, "What you announced yesterday is more than $11 billion of additional government spending. Nobody from your government has said how you will pay for it." As he does daily in this House, the House Leader completely ignored the question twice. Now that he's had some time to think about it, will the House Leader stand up and tell us where the billions of dollars will come from? Why was it not in the Liberal budget less than 3 months ago? And what is the current budget deficit number that the Liberal cabinet is now working with?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Citizenship, Immigration and Refugees.
A fiscally responsible approach is what this government is committed to, and that's exactly what we will fulfill. I already mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the International Monetary Fund. I know for our colleagues across the way that multilateral organizations, not for all of them, but for many of them, unfortunately, are not to be dealt with. These conspiracies continue to circulate on that side of the House. But the IMF makes very clear that Canada's fiscal position is in a very good position. Canada is an example for the world when it comes to finance, a debt and deficit that is manageable and absolutely responsible policy is what we're fulfilling, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Last spring, Canadians elected us on a promise of making life more affordable. My constituents in Davenport and Canadians across the country know that we've taken action to cut income taxes for 22 million Canadians. We've cut the GST on first-time home buyers, and we're building homes across the nation at a pace not seen in generations. Earlier this week, the Prime Minister announced that our government will help working Canadians and their families with the rising cost of food. Can the Secretary of State for the CRA and financial institutions please explain how this measure will help Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Davenport for her amazing work in this House. And yes, this past Monday, Mr. Speaker, we did announce a groceries and essentials benefit for 12 million Canadians. Right. Mr. Speaker, 12 million Canadians will get that benefit. It will put up to $1,900 in the pockets of working families this year and up to $1,400 per year for the next 4 years. Time for the Conservatives to stop the obstruction, work with us for Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. I'm going to read some remarks from my constituents on Liberal policies. Even earning $40 an hour, I can't save. Sébastien, at $36 an hour, as a single mother of 3, forget about saving. Every single penny goes to groceries. Patricia, we don't need your help. We need no more money in our pockets. Carl, 93% of young Canadians are worried about the housing crisis. Many have even given up on their dreams of home ownership. Instead of asking our young people to sacrifice, when will the Prime Minister stop taxing them and smothering them with Liberal bureaucracy? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, it is because we want Canadians to have more money in their pockets that we announced certain measures this week. These measures will represent $1,800 for a family of 4 this year, and roughly $900 for an individual. This is meaningful. It will lead to more money in Canadians' pockets. We have other measures for families as well, like the Canada Child Benefit, which gives families $1,800. We are doing measures for Canadians. We just need the members across the way to support them. The Honourable Member from Montmorency Charlevoix. In 2023, Justin Trudeau announced a grocery plan. In 2026, all the problems are still there, and the Liberals are rehashing the same measures under a different name. When a strategy leads to more misery, more debt, less wealth, and less hope, you don't rebrand it, you rewrite it. After 10 years in power, the results are in. Young Quebecers and Canadians are ending the month with less than $20 in their bank accounts after having paid for rent and groceries. When will the Liberal governments finally own up to their failure and stop moving us in the wrong direction? The Honourable Secretary of State. In April, Canadians made a choice. They elected the Liberal Party so that we could put in place solutions to the difficult economic situation we're in today. This has led to tax cuts for the middle class. This week's measures on affordability. The universalization of the school lunch program. We have done a lot. That is what Canadians voted for, and we work for them. We just need Conservative support so that Canadians can actually see a difference.
Every week, I hear from young Canadians priced out of their neighbourhoods. In fact, the Missing Middle Initiative reports that half of young Canadians will have to leave the very community in which they grew up in. But you know what I don't hear? I don't hear very much from the 4 youngest Liberal members of Parliament, all born this century, all who represent parts of Canada hardest hit by housing unaffordability. Brampton, Mississauga, Greater Vancouver, Greater Montreal. Well, Canadians haven't given up on the dream of home ownership, and I haven't either. So will any one of those 4 members stand up and help the government get out of the way, remove the taxes and red tape that are stealing their dreams?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will say the members on this side, young Canadians who represent their ridings here in this House, certainly speak to me about their priorities, and they're here taking action to deliver for fellow young Canadians. We have the first-time homebuyers tax coming through that will deliver up to $50,000 to young Canadians for their first home purchases. We're seeing positive trends across the country now with rents declining as well. For the last 12 months. That's good for young Canadians. We're delivering groceries and essential benefit. Young Canadians will benefit from that as well. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House is delivering for young Canadians.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Okay, Penthouse Boomer, maybe you can share one of your homes.
No. I'll ask the member to restart and carry on.
Well, maybe the Minister of Housing can share one of his homes with the Canadians who don't have them. A study by Canadian fintech Coho Financial says that at the end of the month, Gen Z has just $16 left to spend. The Prime Minister told young Canadians what his solution was for them: sacrifice more. Well, there's nothing left to give. Coho says that Gen Z is in survival mode and therefore can't plan for their future. The Prime Minister claims he wants to work together, and we've offered him some solutions. So why won't he take any of them?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, instead of slagging generations, they should make generational investments with this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, we're focused on delivering for young Canadians. The other side of the House delayed all through the fall and into the winter on the first-time homebuyers tax break. This side of the House, we've been pushing to do this. The Conservatives did not vote for the first home savings account. These are tangible efforts we're making to support young Canadians. They're being opposed by the Conservatives.
A member for Kenora-Kiiwetinoong.
A recent study has found that on average, Gen Z Canadians have only between $9 and $16 left at the end of the month for spending cash. This is barely enough for survival, Mr. Speaker, let alone long-term saving goals. Another report from Missing Middle Initiative has found that 93% of young Canadians are concerned about the state of housing in Canada, with many giving up completely on their dream of home ownership. So will the Prime Minister stop telling young Canadians that they have to make even more sacrifices and instead end the taxes and bureaucracies that are stopping them from building their savings, starting a family, and owning a home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we're helping young people face the real challenges at every stage of their lives. When they want to go to school, we're making post-secondary education more affordable. When they're in school, we're helping them gain the skills that they need for the jobs of the future. And when they're ready to buy a home, we're cutting taxes for first-time home buyers and building affordable housing fast. That's what investing in young people looks like, and Conservatives have voted against every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
A new report shows home ownership amongst 30 to 34-year-olds has collapsed from 60 to 52%, with the steepest declines amongst younger Canadians. Between 2019 and 2024, for every 100 new adults, there were just 12 housing starts meant for home ownership, less than half the rate of earlier decades. It's no wonder that 87% of Canadians are concerned about housing, rising to 93% amongst Gen Z and millennials. And nearly half of young Canadians are considering leaving their city or province because they can't afford a home. So instead of lecturing young Canadians to make more sacrifices, will this Liberal Prime Minister finally scrap the red tape and taxes that obstruct them from saving, starting a family, and owning a home?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
I'm a millennial. My friends are millennials. And you know what millennials want? We want homes built. We want this plan to go forward. Our plan that's going to build hundreds of thousands of homes in my riding, in that member's riding. I just don't know why he wants to take the hammers out of construction workers' hands and the nails out of their hands and the electrical wires out of electrical workers' hands and tell them to tools down and not build anything. He could stop obstructing and hand those hammers back to them so that they can build more homes.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
I have some advice for this Liberal member. Maybe the Liberal government needs to get their hands out of the pockets of Canadians. Because a report released last fall shows that Gen Z Canadians have virtually no disposable income left, just $9 to $16 in spendable cash at the end of the month. Half say they'll need to take on more work over the next year, 28% are borrowing from family, and 12% are delaying paying their bills just to survive. For young Canadians, long-term goals and aspirations have been replaced by survival mode. Yet the Prime Minister keeps telling young Canadians they need to make more sacrifices. What exactly does he want Gen Z to give up next when there's nothing left to cut? Is it their dreams, their futures, or any remaining hope that this country still works for them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think we all know, and young Canadians also know, that the world is changing. In order for us to be successful in this changing world, we need to ensure that we're investing in Canadians, we're building our economy, and for us to do that, we need to diversify our trade. We need to make sure that we're doing more business with other countries so that we're creating good paying jobs for those young people who contribute to our economy. Speaker, we are focused on building a country that will serve all Canadians, especially young Canadians, so that they can live their dream of owning a home and build this country even better.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
A new report shows Gen Z Canadians have just $9 to $16 at the end of the month after expenses. Nearly half say they need to take on more work despite already working full-time, while others are borrowing from family or delaying bills just to survive. Home ownership among young Canadians is collapsing, and 93% say they're worried about affording life. The Liberals often boast that government has never done so much for young people, but they can't see it, don't feel it, and can't afford it. In other words, Gen Z is literally not buying it. Will the Liberals admit their failed policies have deprived young people from hope for a safe economic future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, it's rich coming from the Conservative bench that they are talking about affordability for young people. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are building Canada strong. We are creating opportunities for young people. We are giving money back into their pockets by this new credit. And I invite member opposite to work with us so we can diversify our trade, we can support our skilled trade workers, and we can train more workers in this country. This creates more opportunities for young people, and I invite the member opposite to work with us on this.
The Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Youth are in crisis. Conservatives know we need Gen Z to stay in Canada for this country to thrive, but 93% are now concerned about their economic future here. The Liberals say mission accomplished, but disposable income is gone, home ownership is down, and half are taking on extra work just to stay afloat. Conservatives continue to put forward policies that would create good-paying jobs for Canadians and boost our economy, but the Liberals refuse to work with us. If it is truly time to work together and meet the moment, why won't the Liberals admit they've failed young people and give one of our many policy solutions a try? It can't get worse than it is right now.
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd invite that member to speak with folks on the ground in his home province of Manitoba. We are working with the government of Manitoba to deliver affordable housing for young Canadians in Manitoba. These are unprecedented investments through Build Canada Homes on federal land, working with Canada Lands Company to make sure we're giving jobs to young Canadians to build this country strong. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prescott, Russell, Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the worldwide context has left Canadian economies, businesses, and workers facing uncertainty. This government has already taken significant steps to help Canadian families and workers improve their finances, including the tax cut for 22 million middle-class Canadians and the lifting of the GST for first-time homebuyers. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance inform the House about the new measures which will make groceries and other essentials more affordable for Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her good work and for her excellent question. The Canadian government is focused on building a stronger economy to make Canadians' lives more affordable. The new groceries and essentials benefit will provide additional support of up to $805, excluding the GST rebate, all of which will go directly into the pockets of Canadian families. What is more, our government is addressing the root causes of food insecurity by developing a national food security strategy, which will improve access to affordable food throughout the country. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of Quebecers are tossing and turning in their beds at night because of inflationary Liberal taxes. It costs $17,600 on average per year to feed a family of 4, $1,000 more than last year. The good news is that Conservatives are ready to collaborate on any initiative that would help fix the worst record in the G7. Will the government immediately table legislation which would get rid of inflationary Liberal taxes, increase grocery chain competition, and reduce red tape and regulation for our farmers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I can't believe what I'm hearing. The Conservatives say they're willing to work with the government. Truly a great Thursday. We just spent some time in our ridings, and we heard that people need support. That's why we're working to transform the Canadian economy, which is being rocked by American tariffs. The government has proposed various solutions to support all Canadians through this difficult stage.
Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister often says that we should focus on what we can control. Well, I agree. His government controls the industrial carbon tax and the fuel standard regulations that have driven our food inflation to double that of the U.S. A family of 4 now pays $17,600 a year, while 2 million Canadians line up at food banks. So which is it? Are they driving up fuel costs to inflate the price of fertilizer and other farm inputs to satisfy their radical targets? Or do they not see that taxing the tractor and then taxing the trucker ultimately means less food on Canadians' dinner tables?
You know, I'm a Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, but I'll say it again. There has been a study about the impact of the industrial carbon price on food, and it found that the impact was, wait for it, about 0. That is not the issue that we're facing into. But we are talking about, when we're talking about the industrial carbon price, when we're talking about clean fuel regulation, we're creating an economy for the future, which actually globally is moving to a low-carbon economy. Let's talk about the clean fuel regulations one more time. In Alberta, the Imperial Strathcona renewable diesel plant will use up to 50% of Alberta's canola. Those are opportunities for farmers, they should be saying.
Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister often speaks about the levers they can pull. Well, doesn't he keep slamming the one called permanent grocery price hiking? His fuel tax fixation adds 7 cents today and rockets to 17 cents a litre, an outright hunger hike hitting every part of our food supply chain. So when will the Liberal government finally show some common sense and pull the lever that pauses this food cost explosion? Or are they simply intent on letting more Canadians go hungry to protect their radical ideology?
I'm a Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, we sit in this House day after day, and what is so shocking is their focus on imaginary taxes. Industrial carbon price is an important lever the industry is looking to for innovation as we move towards the economy of the future. We are creating opportunities. We are creating opportunities for the future economy. That is what Canadians wanted. They wanted us to build Canada strong. What we have from the opposite side is obstruction, imaginary taxes, and a fantasy land of their own.
Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, gender-based violence remains a serious concern in communities across Canada, including in my community of Spadina Harbourfront. Survivors have been clear about the need for a justice system that better understands the realities of coercive control, intimidation, harassment, and repeat harms. The Protecting Victims Act, C-16, responds directly to these concerns. Could the Secretary of State for Combating Crime explain how Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act, advances our efforts to address gender-based violence and better protect survivors within the criminal justice system?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Violence driven by control and fear leaves deep and lasting harm, and too many women and children are living with the consequences. That's why we have introduced one of the largest criminal code updates in generations to confront modern threats and to protect victims from domestic violence, keep our children safe, address Jordan court delays, and strengthen victims' rights. We're also cracking down on coercive control before violence turns lethal, increasing protections against sexual exploitation, including AI deepfakes, and reinforcing mandatory jail time for child predators. These reforms will allow our justice system to act faster sector and deliver stronger protections for Canadians.
Yes.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister and Cabinet are responsible for the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians in accordance with the NSICOP Act, could the government House Leader please tell us the date that the Prime Minister intends to initiate this long overdue review of the Act? I'd note the law states that the Act and the review was to commence no later than October 6th of 2022. Finally, could the Minister please inform the House as to which committee he envisions referring this overdue review to?
The Honourable Leader of the Government and the House of Commons.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question and for his involvement and very constructive and productive involvement in that way and on that very, very important body. And we thank him for bringing this issue to the House's attention. We'll be considering that matter presently and obviously report to the House at the appropriate time.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this again because in 2 months, core federal support for Friendship Centres will run out. In Rankin Inlet, Nunavut, I saw how the Pilarvik Kablu Friendship Centre delivers life-saving mental health, addictions, and on-the-land programs. In my riding, the Port Alberni and Whitechape Friendship Centres are lifelines, providing food, housing, safety, culture, and belonging. Indigenous populations are growing, Friendship Centres are beyond capacity, and Budget 2025 offered nothing. This is not reconciliation, this is abandonment. When will this government commit to renewing this funding with long-term, secure, and stable support?
Excellent.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have been continuously working with groups from the Friendship Centre and meeting with them to address this very file, Mr. Speaker. I invite my colleague to reach out to my office so that we can continue looking at what the future is going to be for Friendship Centres. I know and understand personally. I have 2 Friendship Centres in my riding. I am somebody who has gone to a Friendship Centre as part of the after-school program, after-school care. I think it's essential that we acknowledge the hard work they do and continue supporting them.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, this government is cutting thousands of public sector jobs. The people who process EI, OAS, CPP, and passports, agricultural researchers, 1,300 food inspectors. These are not numbers on a CEO spreadsheet. They are real people. They work to help Canadians. They support family farmers. They keep our food safe. Instead of giving his friends a tax break on their yachts and their private jets, will the Prime Minister stop these reckless cuts before public health, before public services, and our food safety is put at risk?
Hear, hear. Excellent question.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. President, I want to start by thanking our public servants for their hard work and dedication. We deeply value the work of all public service employees. They are dedicated and hardworking public servants who play a critical role in delivering key results for Canadians. As we move forward with comprehensive expenditure review, we are committed to approaching this process compassionately by minimizing involuntary departures as much as possible. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Order, à l'ordre. À la suite des...
Following discussions between representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia.
I now invite honourable members to rise in honour of the memory of the victims of the attack that happened 9 years ago today on January 29th, 2017. I thank all honourable members. It being Thursday, I would invite the Honourable Deputy Whip of the Opposition to ask the irregular Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as it is Thursday, I'd like to ask the Government House Leader if he can inform the House on the agenda that we can expect in this place next week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to wish my friends in the official opposition well as they make their way to Calgary for their convention, which is, of course, why the House will not sit tomorrow. The customary courtesy being afforded to the important work of all political parties, and we appreciate the involvement of all of those who feel passionately about our country. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will continue with second reading debate of Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act. Upon our return on Monday of next week, the business to be called will again be Bill C-16, followed by second reading of Bill C-19, the Canada Groceries and Essentials Benefit Act, which was introduced yesterday by the Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Madam Speaker, I would also like to inform the House that next Tuesday and Thursday will be allotted days. On Wednesday, we'll resume second reading of Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act. And then next Friday, Madam Speaker, we'll be having a day that I know that everyone's looking forward to with enthusiasm. There's a day of debate on the standing orders pursuant to Standing Order 51. Thank you.
Orders of the day. So we go to routine. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Okay. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Sturgeon River.
Sorry, yes. Sturgeon River, yes.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 14th report later this day.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Presenting petitions. Dépôt de pétition. The Honourable Member for. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for. I'm sorry. No. Well, Peace River Westlock. We'll start there. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Saving by the bell here. I am presenting a petition today from Canadians across the country who are concerned around the natural health products regulations here in Canada, and they're calling on the Government of Canada to ensure that national health products and uninsured services be maintained or reverse back to the way that they were in the past. I have people who have signed these petitions from across Canada, and they are calling on the government to reverse the decisions that have been made in previous parliaments. The second petition I have today to present, Madam Speaker, is from Canadians across the country who are concerned about the human rights protections in India. They're calling on the Government of Canada to ensure that any trade deals that we do with India ensure that human rights are protected. The petitioners say that Christians in India are being targeted by extremists, vandalizing church buildings, attacking church workers, and threatening and humiliating Christians across India. They are calling on the Government of Canada to also recognize the crimes against Indian Muslims and the Dalit groups as well. The petitioners are asking for the Government of Canada to ensure that any trade deal that is signed with India ensure that human rights are protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition from 11,500 Canadians that are asking that the Liberal government no longer proceed with Bill C-9 and enforce existing laws to protect Canadians. Among other things, they say that C-9 lowers the legal standard for hatred with a vague definition which is confusing and immeasurable, threatening freedom and speech and expression, and that it removes important safeguards like requiring the Attorney General approval for hate speech charges. And finally, that it will undermine constitutional rights to freedoms of religion, conscience, religion, thought, belief, opinion and expression, and the freedom of press and other media of communication. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and bring forward this petition in support of a group of people who want to draw attention to the House of Commons with some of their concerns surrounding the Bloc and Liberal amendments to Bill C-9. Now, the petitioners are urging us to look at this and understand that it could be used to criminalize passages of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and other sacred religious texts. Now, freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights to Canadian society, and the petitioners are urging the government to protect freedom of expression and religious freedoms in this country, and I stand with the petitioners in their request.
Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned by Bill C-9. Canadians believe that sacred texts and religious teachings could be hampered, and that the freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights that need to be preserved. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present e-petition 6751, sponsored by John Maba from Port Alberni and signed by over 1,500 Canadians who are deeply concerned about the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and Canada's obligations under international law. The petition highlights that under the Geneva Convention and Canada's own International Assistance Accountability Act, that Canada is required to uphold international humanitarian law and ensure aid is delivered in a neutral, impartial, and independent manner. The petitioners call on the House to clearly reject the current model of militarized aid delivery in Palestine and to demand the full restoration of access for UN agencies and established humanitarian organizations, including UNRWA and the World Food Programme. They urge Canada to insist on safe and immediate entry for Canadian and international humanitarian and medical workers. And they further ask that Canadian funding be withheld from any mechanism that does not respect humanitarian principles, and that all Canadian aid to Gaza be delivered exclusively through internationally recognized humanitarian channels. And finally, this petition reflects the voices of, again, 1,500 Canadians who want our country to stand firmly for human life, international law, and the protection of civilians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, and West Kootenay.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm honored to present this petition presented from concerned Canadians who are worried about the Bloc and Liberal amendments to C-9. They are urging the government to protect free speech and freedom of expression, freedom of religion.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of many residents of Saanich Gulf Islands and beyond Saanich Gulf Islands who are concerned that while the Government of Canada has recognized that we are in a climate crisis and that Canadians continue to support and call for climate action, that Canada is continuing to spend, the petitioners note, at least $4.8 billion a year in subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, including loans and tax credits. They note that the oil and gas industry continues to make record profits while Canadians continue to struggle with the rising cost of living. Summarizing the rest of the concerns of the petition, Madam Speaker, petitioners ask that the Government of Canada end all such subsidies to fossil fuels, invest in clean and renewable energy and infrastructure, including an improved and modernized cross-province electricity grid, respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples through UNDRIP, and impose a windfall tax on excess profits of the oil and gas industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Hear, hear. Is that agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will split my time with the member from Cowichan, Malahat, and Langford. I'm speaking today on Bill C-16, the government's proposal to address the serious issue of rising violent crime and the growing lack of public safety. Residents and communities across Canada and my riding, including those in Penticton, Oliver, Princeton, and Castlegar, tell me things do not feel as safe as they used to be. I'm hearing this constantly. While our region is the most beautiful in Canada and a place I feel proud to call home, many don't feel safe walking our streets, shopping in our downtowns, visiting our hospitals, our clinics, or even at night in their homes. Within just the last few months, we have had firebombing in Castlegar, an attempted break and enter with a shotgun in Osoyoos, and a shootout in Princeton. Things you never used to see before, especially in rural towns. Residents have good reason to be concerned. There is a growing and fundamental issue of violent crime in this country that has gone unaddressed by the Liberals for years. But I'm not telling you anything new. The time for change is long overdue. Bill C-16, I hope, can do some good here, Madam Speaker, but some concerns remain. When I first joined municipal politics, people in the community were concerned about many issues, but crime was not top of the list. They worried mostly about parks, about job security, and about taxes. In a decade, things have changed drastically. Now, it's a regular occurrence for people to say that they are concerned, cautious, even afraid. In a place like Penticton, residents no longer feel safe to take a summer night stroll on our iconic Lakeshore Drive. The business associations there are clear that, quote, crime is what we are hearing about every single day. Just this month, I had a conversation with a mother who lost her son in Penticton to violence. This young man was swarmed and assaulted and beaten until he died. Many residents of Penticton will remember this vicious murder. But what they might not realize is that we are mere months away from a statute of limitations issue. Delays in getting this complex case to court could mean that this case, like many others in Canada, is never going to be properly heard, and the victim's family and friends and our small town will never have proper closure or see justice. This isn't just justice delayed. It's no justice at all. I urge the courts to provide full and fair proceedings to this horrific case. Sadly, it's not the only one. Why? What has changed in this decade? I suggest to you that is reflecting a chronic, years-long failure to uphold public safety, the first responsibility of any government. It is reflecting a failure to demonstrate consequences, a failure to provide a swift and fair application of justice for the accused, a failure to provide closure for victims of crime, a failure exasperated by a sluggish court system, and a failure to address a broken bail system. I do appreciate that C-16 tries to find solutions, finally. So how does C-16 address this? By taking on many of the ideas that the Conservatives have called for years. These measures are long overdue in our criminal justice system. After a decade in office, finally, the Liberals have acted. I give credit to my Conservative colleagues for their work through these years to finally get the Liberals to sit up and listen. I'm glad to see the Liberals take up the proposal of my Conservative colleague, the member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola, that would make the murder of an intimate partner automatically a first-degree offense. After the horrific murder of Bailey McCourt last summer, this is a proposal I know that the people of my riding and all of Canada can get behind. I also see that a new criminal code offense has been put forth, prohibiting engaging in a pattern of coercive or controlling conduct towards an intimate partner. I spoke about the importance of considering coercive control in the House just yesterday in my speech on Bill C-223, and I welcome it here as well. But the Liberals have also undermined key policies that matter for public safety and for public confidence, that justice will be served, like mandatory minimum sentences. This is a policy that the public and historically this Parliament, the Conservatives, have been supporting. In my recent survey to my constituents, almost everyone who responded said they want violent criminals held responsible for their actions, and they want them to serve mandatory time. Instead, to appeal to soft on crime supporters, mandatory minimums in sentencing is undermined in C-16 again. Undermined again in C-16. Bill C-16 amends the principles for sentencing, imposing on judges and courts the requirement to impose a sentence below a mandatory minimum sentence, as adopted by Parliament as law, where applying the minimum would amount to cruel and unusual punishment for the offender. This change would enable a path to lower sentences, lower than mandatory minimums require, even for crimes such as human trafficking, weapons trafficking, and offenses committed with firearms, such as extortion or drive-by shootings. Mandatory minimum sentences for violent offenders is not cruel or unusual punishment. A violent crime itself is a cruel and unusual punishment to a victim, their families, and the entire community. This cannot be forgotten. Someone who is convicted of a drive-by shooting or an armed extortion deserves to be jailed with a clear sentence set by a democratic body of this House representing the desires of all Canadians. In practice, this bill, as drafted, means that mandatory minimums would no longer be mandatory. That's unacceptable to me. Too many residents, families, seniors, and small businesses in my riding and throughout Canada have been victimized and do not feel safe. Canadians have had enough. But I don't come to this House to say no, but to offer a better way forward. I hope that, across parties, we can recognize the positive measures that I've highlighted and split them into their own legislation that stands apart from these sentencing measures. Doing so will allow us to quickly implement positive changes to the criminal code while taking these ill-conceived sentencing proposals for fuller debate and study at the committee level. After a decade of catch-and-release liberal bail, repealing mandatory minimums and increasing violent crimes, Canadians want better from their government. They want their taxes and their governments to deliver safer communities, to prioritize them and their families over criminals, to prioritize justice. Let's work quickly to meet the expectations that our communities are demanding.
Questions and comments. The honourable député de Madame.
The honourable member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The criminal code has to meet the expectations of Canadians and evolve. In C16, we will be criminalising the creation of deepfakes. When you take someone's face and then through AI, you create fake intimate images. This can have terrible impacts on victims of crime. We will criminalise the use of deepfakes. We will also criminalise the threat of publishing non-consented intimate images. Disseminating them can have an impact, but also threatening to do so can have an impact. These are important changes to the criminal code. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say. Is this a good idea or a bad idea? Because we want the criminal code to meet people's expectations and to be adapted to the modern world.
Sato Kanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question, and yes, I appreciate the question, and yes, I do appreciate that deepfakes and criminalizing deepfakes is in this bill, and there will be things that we will work on in committee, things that we do agree on. But why is it taking it this long to address crime when our communities have been crying for help for years? This is a move in the right direction, but why would it have taken a decade to get here?
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And first of all, she just talked about why there are so many proposals in this bill that have been a long time in coming. I do agree it's been way too long in coming. She talked about mandatory minimum sentences, and this is something that the Bloc had requested. We wanted mandatory minimums to come back for serious crimes, and I understand that in this bill, to guarantee that it's compliant to judgments made and the Charter and the Supreme Court that invalidated a number of mandatory minimums, there will be a notwithstanding clause. But the Bloc Québécois has tabled this amendment to bring back certain mandatory minimum sentences. Does she believe that mandatory minimums could be constructive? And should we study this at committee?
Member for Similkin and Sato Kanagan Ward. No, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question from my colleague. Yes, mandatory minimums are extremely important. When someone commits a crime, such as the one that was presented to me by the mother who had her child beaten in a playground, young person beaten, and or through any extortions or the crimes that have been happening, especially of late, these need to have mandatory minimums, and that's what we will be pushing for in committee.
For Cowichan Malahat Langford.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech, and she delved into some positive and constructive criticisms that will help improve this bill. As it's written, Bill C-16 will allow judges to ignore every mandatory minimum prison sentence other than for murder and treason. Does my colleague feel that this will help reduce the increased crime rates and violent crime rates specifically that we've seen in the country? Thank you.
For Similkin, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Without mandatory minimums, there's really no way that crime can be specifically addressed in our communities. Right now, municipalities are buckling under the responsibilities that they have had to take on because of, and the downloading, because of the crime that has hit. Even, it used to be just cities, and now our rural communities are being hit hard. There's no safe place to go, and mandatory minimums need to be brought forward with this bill.
Good answer, thank you.
In comments, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I don't know if the member's aware of, Bill C-16 will reinstate mandatory minimums. That is something that Canadians want to see. Yet the Conservatives seem to want to even oppose that aspect of the legislation. They want to factor it out. Not only do they want to change the legislation, they don't even want to see the legislation pass. Will the member make a commitment, a personal commitment, that she would like to support Bill C-16 in some capacity to pass before the end of February?
Great question. The Honourable Member for Similkin, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, in 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I thank the colleague across the floor for his question. I know that he has been in his seat for many years, and I just wonder why it's taken so long to address these very serious issues. And yes, we will work on these in committee.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to stand in the House and represent the people, great people of Cowichan, Malahat Langford on beautiful Vancouver Island. And I'd like to take a quick moment to pay tribute to Wanda Wetland, a 31-year Navy veteran. She was much loved and longtime member of Branch 134 Malahat Legion. Sadly, she passed earlier this month, just the night before her wedding. We will remember her. Before us today is Bill C-16, the Protecting Victims Act. And on January 5th, Laura Gover-Bassar, a 41-year-old mother from Vancouver Island, was found dead in her home. Her ex-husband has been arrested and charged with her murder. Laura held a PhD and was an instructor at Camosun College, not too far from where I live. She leaves behind 2 young daughters who will now have neither parent around to raise them. Allegations suggest that Laura was a victim of intimate partner violence and that her death was the result of this violence. Her ex-husband was supposed to appear in court for failing to follow a court order in a separate matter the very same day that her body was found. Nearly 200 people gathered in Victoria to bring attention to her death and highlight the long-standing problem of domestic and gender-based violence. They are calling for government action, and I believe Bill C-16 is a good start to bringing justice for those victims. Among those positive steps are changes that would make the murder of an intimate partner automatically a first-degree murder charge. This is a measure first proposed by my Conservative colleague, the member from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, in his private member's bill, C-225 Bayleaf Law. Right now, Laura's ex-husband has only been charged with second-degree murder. Under C-16, the law would allow and ensure that her alleged murderer would be charged to the fullest with a first-degree murder charge, also sentenced to the fullest, as it would come with a mandatory life sentence, life in prison, with no parole eligibility for 25 years. Laura's tragic case is not an isolated one. As the activists pointed out when they gathered in Victoria, this is a decades-long issue that needs to be...
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. A point of order. Do we have quorum, Madam Speaker?
Excellente question. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. En ce moment, non.
We do not currently have quorum. And now we have quorum.
Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Laura... Thank you, Madam Speaker. Laura's tragic case is not an isolated one. As activists pointed out when they gathered at Victoria, this is a decade-long issue that needs to be solved. By making femicide automatically a first-degree murder charge, we see a vitally important step being taken to bring justice to victims like Laura and their families. It's worth noting that the term femicide is a little misleading, as this law applies to intimate partner violence committed by either gender. Another positive measure is that Bill C-16 brings forward is banning of deepfake images and of intimate partners. This will keep Canadians, especially women, safe from non-consensual intimate images being created and shared. This proposal originally came from my colleague, the member from Calgary Nose Hill, and her private member, Bill C-216. From that same bill, provisions that would bring mandatory reporting for child sexual abuse material have also been added to Bill C-16, helping keep our kids safe from the most despicable of crimes. Bill C-16 also introduces an aggravating factor for sextortion. This is a step in the right direction, though, in my opinion, it does not go far enough. My Conservative colleague from Edmonton Gateway had proposed a 3-year mandatory minimum sentence for all forms of extortion, which I would also have liked to have seen in this bill. Further, Bill C-16 also affects the National Defence Act, and as a member of the Standing Committee on National Defence, I strongly recommend that we get to study this part of the bill in greater detail. The bill enables victims to receive information from authorities in the military justice system without being required to make official requests. These changes will allow victims the ability to receive information about their rights and available protection measures, and to receive information from the military justice authorities without being required to make the request. This is a shift from the current on-request framing, the National Defence Act Declaration of Victim Rights for certain categories of information. With CFB Esquimalt, the third largest military base in Canada, neighbouring my riding on Vancouver Island, these changes are especially important to many members of my community. I believe these measures will work hand in hand with Bill C-11, which we are currently dealing with at committee. I'm glad to see this Bill C-16 utilizing some great Conservative concepts, and I hope that my colleagues across the floor, across the aisle, will also incorporate our amendments for C-11, without which there will be reduced justice for survivors of military sexual trauma. We need to ensure that our responses are victim and trauma centered. Any steps that lead us in that direction are good steps. Unfortunately, some steps are missed in Bill C-16. As it is written, Bill C-16 will allow judges to ignore every mandatory minimum prison sentence in Canada's criminal code other than for murder and treason. Parliament sets mandatory minimums for heinous crimes, as is the prerogative of elected officials. But if the Liberals allow judges to ignore mandatory minimums, there will effectively be nothing mandatory about them.
That's right.
Aggravated sexual assault with a gun, human trafficking, it would not hold mandatory sentences. Multiple violent firearms offenses, including extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, drive-by shootings with a restricted or prohibited firearm, and many other crimes will not have mandatory minimum sentencing under Bill C-16. This simply doesn't make sense. Are we seriously talking about extremely violent and heinous crimes without a minimum penalty?
That's right.
This part of Bill C-16 is a significant step backwards for victims and their families. This is not a victim-centric approach. Since 2015, human trafficking has increased 84%. Sexual assaults up almost 76%. Violent crime is up almost 55%. Canadians need Parliament to cooperatively take real steps to make our streets safe again. Simply put, removing mandatory minimums will not do that. As elected officials, we must do everything we can to keep our communities safe. It is our job as parliamentarians to set consequences for serious crimes like these. Bill C-16, as it stands, undermines that outright authority. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their neighbourhoods, and victims and their families deserve to see justice served. There are many aspects of this bill that I agree with. The aspects that are victim-centric, the aspects that are trauma-informed, are steps in the right direction, and I support in the spirit of collaboration. My concern with this bill lies where the victims stop being the focus. I believe if we bring back the focus to the victims and do not take away parliamentary authority to set mandatory minimums, Bill C-16 can bring some extremely important and needed changes to our justice system. I hope that my colleagues across the floor will embrace the spirit of collaboration that we always offer and be open to our improvements to strengthen this bill to keep mandatory minimums for heinous crimes. We can all agree that we collectively face significant increased crime, and with some improvements to Bill C-16, we could work together to bring forward a positive solution for Canada. Madam Speaker, the ball is in their court. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe the members got it wrong. This bill, Bill C-16, reinstates numerous mandatory minimums, something in which Canadians want to see, yet the Conservatives are opposing it. Madam Speaker, we have a series of crime legislation. We can talk about C-29, C-9, C-14, the ever popular bail reform legislation, or the legislation that we have today. And what we see is the Conservative Party continuing to deny the passage of this type of legislation. And then they try to say, oh, we're not filibustering. That's just not true, Madam Speaker. The reason why we do not have bail reform legislation in Canada today and passed is because of the Conservative Party of Canada. That is the truth. You can't change the facts. My question to the member is, will he not agree it's time that the Conservative Party start listening to Canadians and Conservative ridings too, and allow important legislation of this nature to pass through the system? This legislation needs to get to committee. Will he commit to having the entire legislative agenda in terms of the crime file passed before the end of February?
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member opposite seems to be quite angry, but I must say they've had almost 11 years to resolve this. 19 times committee tried to put it ahead of Bill C-9, and it was refused. That was our positive, collaborative way to try and bring this forward in a timely way. But I will say, as far as mandatory minimums, it takes away mandatory minimums for aggravated assault with a gun and human trafficking. It would take it away from multiple violent offenses, including extortion with firearms, weapons, trafficking, drive-by shootings with a restricted or prohibited firearm, and many others. So the point of my speech and my answer for the member opposite is that we ensure that those mandatory minimums, which are focused on the victims, are in this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this bill, there's one part in which the state would address the harms caused by the Jordan decision, the decision on unreasonable delays. This has been a block request for a while now. According to my colleague, will the measures in this bill eliminate all negative effects of the Jordan decision, assuming the bill is passed as written?
Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and merci beaucoup pour la question from my colleague from the Bloc. This bill is not about the Jordan decision, and although it may have impact, this bill is about mandatory minimums, and certainly it's worth exploring the potential the potential impact of the Jordan decision that this bill may have, and that is why I have suggested that we need to look further into it and make improvements, including consideration for the Jordan decision. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I want to thank my colleague from Cowichan Malahat Langford for raising the case. I raised it earlier in the debate on Bill C-16 because it's so fresh in our minds. Laura Gover was murdered on January 5th. Very, very recent case of certainly we operate under the principle of innocent until proven guilty, but her former partner is under arrest and charged with the murder. It appears certainly to be a case of intimate partner violence, in fact a murder, that took the life of Laura Gover, much loved mother and educator. And I want to thank the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for raising this case. I part company with him at that point just to ask if he's looked at the vast literature and research that shows that mandatory minimums don't work. They don't deter crime. They don't deter violent crime. There are many places we need to work, and Bill C-16 deals with some of them in terms of fighting coercive control and doing more in a preventative fashion. I know I'm out of time, Madam Speaker, but I just ask for my friends across the way, including the government benches that brought forward this legislation, to look at the evidence before assuming mandatory minimums work.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malaheth Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my fellow Vancouver Island colleague. And I know that this riding, this terrible murder that we speak of happened in or very close to her riding. There's much research that shows that mandatory minimums do reduce the impacts and effects of specifically very violent and heinous crimes. But it is worth looking at all in sources and information as we look to improve this bill. But I certainly believe that mandatory minimums are a key part of prevention of.
And we are out of time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I note that I will be sharing my time with the member for St. Albert Sturgeon River. So, today we are talking about Bill C-16 regarding delays, sexual violence, and victim protection. I'm speaking on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, but first, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my most sincere condolences on the occasion of what is the fourth femicide in Quebec in 2026. My thoughts are with the friends and family of Véronique Champagne, a mother who was killed in my riding of Shefford, more specifically in Rougemont. I was particularly moved by the vigil organized by the municipality of Rougemont. There, we witnessed that it's not just the friends and family of the victim. The whole community was in shock. I was very moved by the vigil, and I wish a collective healing for the tight-knit community of Rougemont. I hope that this vigil will, at the very least, begin the healing process in Rougemont and the region. What we want to see with this bill is a justice system that truly protects victims. Bill C-16 responds to a crisis of confidence in the justice system because all too often victims, who are mostly women, children, and seniors, who I will talk about later, suffer from violence, but then they suffer again from the justice system. We have a justice system that fails to protect victims or that lets them down, reproduces the violence that it claims to combat. I welcome the steps forward contained in this bill, though I do have some criticism that I will lay out towards the end of my speech. There are certain judicial delays that lead to justice deferred and eventually justice denied. Since the Jordan decision, serious criminal cases have been thrown out due to unreasonable delays. 13 cases were closed for this reason in 2021, 18 in 2022, 96 in 2023, and 62 in 2024, looking at only partial data. These cases include sexual assault, domestic violence, crimes against children, and criminal harassment. All of this has had a direct impact on victims who are re-traumatized, as well as on criminals who benefit from a form of judicial impunity. The Bloc has criticized this, and now we see that Bill C-16 is correcting the Jordan decision, at least in part, something that the Bloc strongly agrees in. It clarifies certain criteria. This is something that my colleague has been working on for a long time. It would clarify certain case complexity criteria. It would exclude certain delays from the calculation of an unreasonable delay, and it would allow judges to order remedies other than a stay of proceedings. The new central element is that courts will have to consider the impact on victims and on public trust. That's good news. Now, I would like to note a few numbers pertaining to violence against women, numbers that compel action. Sexual violence is massively underreported. Almost 90% of sexual assaults are never reported. As for femicides, 81 women were killed by an intimate partner in Canada in 2024, including 25 in Quebec. And there were a number of such cases in the first weeks of 2026, as I noted earlier. I should also note the murders of Susana Rocha Cruz, Mary Tukakak Ikukik, and Tajana Desir. 4 cases are too many, far too many. And there's a new angle that must be taken into account. I received a letter from the Canadian Femicide Observatory noting that 55% of elderly women killed by a member of their family were killed by their own son. This is something that I saw in their statement on Bill C-16. As for coercive control, there was a major step forward, but not a perfect one. I participated in the committee study that considered whether to criminalize coercive control. As such, this measure follows work by elected officials in both the federal parliament and the Quebec parliament. It has been an issue that many have been working on for years. We welcome the creation of a coercive control offense. This is a fundamental recognition because violence is not just physical. It can also be psychological, financial, social, and invisible. All too often, there are precursor signs. I heard an interview about the murder of Véronique Champagne, and during that interview, one of her friends said that femicide is one of the most preventable categories of crime. There are often precursor signs, but as long as those signs are not criminalized, police forces don't have the tools they need to act in advance. I hope that this recognition of a coercive control offense would change things. According to the Elder Justice Coalition, coercive control also impacts seniors, dependent persons, and women with cognitive disorders. Here's one key statistic. Family violence against seniors went up by 49% in Canada following 2018. That's unacceptable. We believe that recognizing coercive control is a step forward, but the next step should be making sure that no one falls through the gaps. So it will be a question of enforcement. Now, on to sexual violence, deepfakes, and cybercrime. AI is starting to have a negative impact. We support banning pornographic deepfakes. We support expanding the definition of intimate images, and we support harsher sentencing. A reminder, young women and teenagers are the main victims of these new forms of violence. I do hope that at committee we will be able to study the impact of AI on violence against women. Such a study could yield very interesting results and possible solutions. Because bills are important, but they are rarely the final step in a process. Enforcement matters and follow-up matters. Bill C-16 also touches on the recruitment of young people in organized crime. Increasingly, organized crime is recruiting young people via social media by taking advantage of their young people's vulnerability. The Bloc supports the creation of specific events to target people who are truly responsible. Just a reminder, already young people have been killed after being recruited by gangs, like Mohamed Yanis Segwani, who was killed at 14. This is not acceptable. Young people must be protected, not used as cannon fodder. There's work on this. I know that my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord has deplored this increased trend of organized crime recruiting youth. Now, some criticism I would like to note. As for the rights of victims and restorative justice, the Bloc agrees with enriching the Canadian Charter of Victims' Rights and introducing restorative justice measures. But without judges, without resources, and without adequate funding, these new rights will remain purely hypothetical. To conclude, Madam Speaker, we offer our support, we offer our vigilance, and there will need to be accountability if Bill C-16 is to be a success.
It strengthens victims' protection and finally recognizes forms of violence that have been long ignored. But we need to remain vigilant at committee to avoid any gaps. And, Madam Speaker, the appointment of judges federally needs to be done, but Quebec is responsible for the administration of justice, but we're lacking judges, and this does have a cost. We need the means to appoint judges, and we need to improve protection for seniors and vulnerable persons. And one last thing, Madam Speaker, we need to keep this in mind with such an important bill. There's a lot of things in C-16, but justice must not only punish crimes, it must also punish those who are victims of them. And that's what must guide us when we study this bill at committee. And then we'll see how C-16 is enforced. It really needs to support victims. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I simply would like to thank the Honourable Member who has just very properly summarized the whole issue and discussed this terrible case in her writing. And we're seeing this across Quebec. There are concerns that she has shown, similar cases in my writing as well. So I'd like to thank her for her cooperation at committee, because it's through this work together that we'll be able to move forward with the C-16. We need to prevent and reduce risks. I just want her to reiterate what's important so we can prevent and improve what we need to do with C-16. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listed certain drawbacks, of course, some things we will support. But when we talk about prevention, I'd like to mention that C-16 won't solve everything, but criminalization of coercive control is really good to have on the ground. And I met people at a shelter, and I discussed with people in my writing, and I saw terrible cases. But often these are crimes that are predictable and could be avoided if we give the criminal justice system the necessary tools to deal with them. So once again, it comes back to funding. And right now, the problem with the system, as my colleague said earlier, there is a fiscal imbalance between Ottawa that creates legislation and then doesn't send the money to the provinces. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. My colleague is a very passionate member who works very hard, above all. And in fact, that's the subject of my question. I'd like her to summarize, in the little time she has, the work that the Bloc has done related to what we're seeing in C-16 and what it means to be a hardworking and passionate member of Parliament. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, but in a report like this, it has to be done as a team. And Bloc likes to work as a team, and I'd like to repeat that it concerns very deeply my colleague at the Justice Committee and the critic from Rivière-du-Nord. And he has worked in cooperation, particularly with respect to the Jordan decision, with my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, Denis Trudel. I can say his name because he's no longer in the House. And he worked really hard on this bill with respect to the Jordan decision. And after years of this government ignoring Quebec's demands for coercive control legislation, this went to status of the committee on the status of women. And now the issue I brought forward, it has become nonpartisan, and there was a press conference last November to ask for coercive control to become a crime, to have an offense. And now we've brought forward this bill with this component in it. So also the work we've done on the recruitment of young people. This is a work that was started by my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. I couldn't mention everything in my speech, but for mandatory minimum sentences for serious crimes, that's something also my colleague asked for. So all of these advances we worked on, and we do this to support victims. Questions and comments?
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate many of the comments the member has put on the record. When I think of the legislation, Bill C-16, I think in terms of issues such as the deep fakes, how it's dealing with the issues of deep fakes, and also in regards to the elevation when you think of femicide to first-degree murder. And I think that we are in a good position here to see it go to committee so it can have that further discussion. And I'm wondering if she could just provide any further thoughts that she might have on those two specific issues that I've raised.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I don't have a lot of time, but first in terms of the deep fakes, as I said earlier, I hope there'll be a study at Status of Women, because we know that there's a disproportionate impact of these deepfake images on women, and there are tremendous implications for women. And as such, at committee, we'll see how it's studied at the Justice Committee, something we need to follow closely.
Honourable Member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-16, omnibus legislation brought forward by this government. There are some measures in this bill that are supportable to the extent that they strengthen Canada's criminal justice system and take into account and strengthen the interests of victims. Indeed, many of those measures were literally copied and pasted from private members' bills introduced by Conservative members. But if the government wants to take good Conservative ideas, we welcome them to do so. There are also some additional measures in this bill that we wholeheartedly support. That is where my compliments to the government end, because there are serious concerns and problems with this bill, starting with how this government has responded to the troubling and problematic Supreme Court decision in Senville that struck down the mandatory minimum law for the distribution and possession of child pornography. The facts in Senville are truly appalling and horrific. They involve two sadistic sexual predators who had hundreds of images of small children that were made from the sexual brutalization and defilement of these innocent children. The Supreme Court, in its infinite wisdom, applying a so-called reasonable hypothetical, determined that the one-year mandatory minimum for the distribution and possession of child pornography was grossly disproportionate and therefore contravened Section 12 of the Charter, which prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. Now, while the Supreme Court thought that it was cruel and unusual punishment to impose a measly one-year mandatory jail term for child sexual predators, I think most Canadians find to be cruel and unusual and evil and sadistic the sexual exploitation, the rape, the brutalization, and the defilement of children. It should be noted that the Senville decision was far from a unanimous decision of the court. Indeed, there was a strong dissenting opinion written by Chief Justice Wagner, a 5-4 split on the court. The dissenting opinion of Chief Justice Wagner laid out in very clear terms the constitutionality of the mandatory minimum with respect to the distribution and possession of child pornography specifically, and more broadly, in no uncertain terms, reaffirmed Parliament's constitutional authority to pass laws with respect to sentencing, including fashioning mandatory and maximum jail time. So in the face of a problematic and unjust decision of the Supreme Court, in the face of a strong dissenting opinion, written by Chief Justice Wagner, and in the face of the Supreme Court specifically pronouncing that child sexual crimes are among the most immoral, Conservatives called on the Liberals to do the right thing and invoke the notwithstanding clause to override the decision and reinstate the mandatory minimum with respect to the distribution and possession of child pornography. Now, not surprisingly, given the soft-on-crime record of these Liberals, they didn't do that. Now, failing invoking the notwithstanding clause, they could have come back with this bill to have brought in a modified mandatory minimum sentence by clarifying the definition and the application of the offense. But these Liberals didn't do that either. Instead, they endorsed, they gave the green light to the Supreme Court's Senville decision and completely washed their hands clean of responding legislatively. Once again, surrendering the lawmaking power of this place to the courts. And even worse, the Liberals have very conveniently and very deliberately used a divided court decision as a pretext to literally dismantle virtually every other mandatory minimum law in the criminal code, save for murder and treason. They have done so with a so-called escape valve that would apply to every mandatory minimum in the criminal code except murder and treason. Now, the escape valve, as it is drafted, is broadly worded. It isn't targeted. It doesn't contain, for example, an exceptional circumstances provision. It doesn't clarify or provide direction to the courts on how Parliament believes mandatory minimums should be treated. Instead, what it does is it invites judges to disregard mandatory minimum laws. Mandatory minimum laws, but I would add, have not been found to be unconstitutional. And so what this will almost certainly result in is that at sentencing, mandatory minimums and their application will be litigated as a matter of course. This bill completely eviscerates mandatory minimum sentences. Now, the Liberals will say, well, we had no choice, we have these court decisions. The Liberals had a choice. No court has said that writ large mandatory minimums are unconstitutional. Certainly the Supreme Court has not said that. Indeed, mandatory minimum penalties have been on the books since the 1890s when the criminal code was passed. Mandatory minimums reflect the constitutional authority of Parliament to make laws with respect to criminal justice, including sentencing, and reflect Parliament's judgment that certain offenses are sufficiently serious to warrant a minimum floor having regard for long-standing sentencing principles, including denunciation, deterrence, and the need to separate certain offenders from society. Indeed, Justice Corey wrote as recently as 2010 in the Supreme Court's Nassau-Galloway decision, mandatory minimums are, quote, a forceful expression of government policy in the area of law, closed quote. Back in 1990, the same Justice Corey held that a sentence, a mandatory minimum sentence, would only be disproportionate to violate Section 12 only on, quote, rare and unique occasions, and that the test would be stringent and demanding. Now, it's true, in recent years, we have seen that mandatory minimums have been subject to greater constitutional challenge in the face of the NER decision, for example, of 2015, which constitutes, in my opinion, judicial overreach. And I say that because the first time the Supreme Court struck down a mandatory minimum was in the Smith decision in 1987. For nearly 30 years until 2015, not a single mandatory minimum had been struck down by the Supreme Court. It wasn't until 2015. And so a government worth their salt, a government that was committed to standing up for victims and putting away violent offenders, would have reasserted the Parliament's constitutional authority in this domain, including in egregious instances such as the Senville decision and the Bissonnette decision that struck down the discretion afforded to judges to impose mandatory consecutive parole and eligibility periods to mass murderers, to have invoked the notwithstanding clause. But this government, of course, has not done that. They have refused to do that. And now, through the back door, they have brought in this bill on the pretense of saving mandatory minimums, when in fact what they are doing is completely dismantling them. It demonstrates that this government is blinded by ideology. It is a government that time and time again puts the rights of criminals ahead of public safety and the rights of victims. This bill is a total disgrace in that regard.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I disagree completely with the member opposite. In fact, if he was to give the bill a chance, what we're seeing is a reinstatement of mandatory minimums. And that is, and I would highly recommend that he read some of those that are in fact being reinstated as a direct result of this legislation. What upsets me most about the Conservative Party of Canada today, Madam Speaker, is they like to talk tough. They like to raise a lot of money on the crime file. But we have a Prime Minister that was just elected 9 months ago, 70 new Liberal members of Parliament. It is a new government with a very aggressive crime agenda, Madam Speaker, a series of legislation, and the Conservative Party has done nothing but stand in the way of the legislation passing. Even Conservatives, Madam Speaker, even Canadians in Conservative ridings are getting upset with the ongoing filibustering that the Conservative Party continues to put in on crime bills. My question to the member is, will he not at least give us some sort of a commitment that will see this crime legislation passing before the end of February?
Honourable Member for St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, I suppose the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader ignored or didn't listen to my resuscitation of pronouncements of the Supreme Court as it pertains to mandatory minimums and their constitutionality. Now, if the government saw the need to bring forward an escape valve, then they ought to have done it in a careful and tailored fashion, but they haven't done that. They have drafted it in such a way that it invites judges to effectively disregard mandatory minimums, hence eviscerating them. That's the problem.
For Fundy Royal.
Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I first want to acknowledge the passing of Ernie Page. Ernie was an MLA and a cabinet minister who served ably in Nova Scotia, so our condolences go at this time to his family. The honourable member, I listened intently to his speech. He mentioned putting the rights of criminals over the rights of everyday Canadians. And that is a theme I hear over and over in my own riding of Fundy Royal. So I just ask my colleague if he can expand on that a bit.
For St. Albert Sturgeon River.
Well, what I would say is that we have a government that has put the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of victims. And this is a government that is now touting bail reform. But this is a government that weakened Canada's bail laws that has resulted in a massive crime wave. This is a government that, according to the Parliamentary Secretary, supports mandatory minimums while they bring in this bill to eviscerate them. And this is a government that, of course, has a track record of not waiting for the courts to strike down mandatory minimums. This is a government that has proactively removed mandatory minimums from the criminal code, including in respect of some very, very serious offenses, including serious firearms offenses.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am still shocked to hear what my colleague is saying. Citizens in my riding, and I think his as well, are saying that online predators, cyber harassment, and even use of AI through deepfakes are real threats. And our situation has to reflect the reality of today. So why are the Conservatives still delaying and delaying, even though it's time to make decisions and support this bill? I would ask my colleague if he's ready to put the efforts to work with us so we can get this bill passed in February.
The member for St. Albert, Sturgeon
Madam
River.
Speaker, I'm glad that the government has copied and pasted the member for Calgary Nose Hills Bill 216 into this bill with respect to deep fakes, the non-consensual, sexual in nature deep fakes, to criminalize that. That is positive, but I don't know what the member is saying that we're obstructing. There is such a place called the House of Commons where we actually debate bills, and the last time I checked, we've had only a few hours of debate on this bill. That is a very large bill, an omnibus bill with many moving parts. I don't know what the member's talking about.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured today to rise as a representative for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, and speak to Government Bill C-16, an act to amend certain acts in relation to criminal and correctional matters. Madam Speaker, all of us have a solemn responsibility to provide representation and voice to those citizens that depend on us to do their bidding in Parliament. Canada needs us to see the challenges and dangers they face. Canadians need us to see the challenges and dangers they face and do our jobs to make necessary amendments to federal statutes to make life safer, more secure for Canadians. It's no coincidence that we are here in Parliament, and the word Parliament was derived from the 11th century Old French word parlement, that means discussion or discourse, and from the French verb parler, which means to talk. We spend a lot of time talking in this place because our forebears resolved to use words rather than swords and cannons to resolve disagreements, to establish consensus for common good, and to deliver solutions for the citizens represented by every member of Parliament. Yes, Parliament can be ruckus and adversarial, but we can never let the friction and heat deter us from the duties that we owe the people of Canada. Our duty to represent our constituents, our duty to engage in discussion and discourse of this place, not for the sake of merely speaking or engaging in verbal scrums, but to contribute to progress for the people. Constructive discussion in Parliament can certainly lead to collaboration, and this can include the governing party adopting proposals from the opposition members and including the proposals in government bills such as the government has done in Bill C-16. On September 17th, 2025, just last year, I tabled Private Members Bill C-221, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims. Currently, victims of crime can request that they be informed of the eligibility dates and review dates for temporary absences, releases, or parole of the offender who victimized them. My bill, C-221, proposes that the victims are provided such date, when they are provided with such dates, that they are also provided with an explanation of how the dates were determined. When Canadians are victimized by crime, they often carry psychological and emotional burdens for life. And my private member's bill proposes common sense, realistic measures aimed at reducing the stress victims' experience in dealing with the parole and release processes of those who have victimized them. After 6.5 years of conservative efforts to pass these proposals into law, it is good to see that the government finally acknowledged the merit and necessity of these proposals and included them in Government Bill C-16. My bill, C-221, follows 3 previous conservative bills that carried the same proposal. These bills were C-446, sponsored by the Honourable Lisa Raitt in the 42nd Parliament, Bill S-219, sponsored by Senator Boissonnaud in the 43rd Parliament, and by C-320, sponsored by Dr. Colin Carey in the 44th Parliament. The legislative proposals of our bills are now included in Government Bill C-16. They were initially developed and advocated for by Ms. Lisa Freeman of Oshawa, Ontario. Ms. Freeman suffered a tragic loss when her father was brutally murdered, and then she endured years of dealing with Corrections Canada and the Parole Board while trying to keep track of the offender who murdered her father. Lisa Freeman's experience in dealing with the government processes were painful and added to the burden that she already carried. I thank Lisa Freeman for her determination and bravery in persevering through the pain and trauma of losing her father to fight for the measures that increase respect for victims of crime navigating government processes. I'm pleased that the Liberal government has finally recognized this as an issue and have chosen to prioritize my private member's bill proposals by including them in C-16. This means that the much-needed changes could happen sooner for Canadians, and this is a good thing. Victims of crime and those who advocate for them have stated for years that these measures are necessary, and I'm glad that the Conservative leadership has caused the government to finally adopt these proposals. What is important to me and to victims is that these measures get passed to ease the experience victims of crime have dealing with corrections and parole processes. Canadians count on parliamentarians to make Parliament work. And until government passes Bill C-16, I will continue to work to move my private member's bill towards completion, because these changes are worth pursuing through all avenues possible. Madam Speaker, C-16 is an omnibus bill, and I think some proposed measures are long overdue, but other sections of the bill require amendments to be strengthened to deliver results and relief for Canadians facing real dangers. Here are some hard facts on the dangers Canadians, including my constituents in Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, are facing. Since 2015, human trafficking has increased 84%. Sexual assaults are up almost 76%. Violent crime is up almost 55%. C-16 has incorporated other pieces of conservative legislation that was drafted. C-16 proposes to ban deep fakes of intimate partners, and this will help keep Canadians, especially women, safe from non-consensual intimate images being created and shared. Conservatives are glad that in C-16 the government has adopted this proposal in C-216, the proposal of Bill C-216, sponsored by Conservative member for Calgary Nose Hill. C-16 also incorporates C-216 provisions for establishing mandatory reporting of child sexual abuse material, and this will help protect our children from the despicable crimes and exploitation. In C-16, the government has also answered calls from my Conservative colleague, the member from Kamloops Thompson Nicola, whose private member's bill proposed that murder of an intimate partner be automatically treated as first-degree murder. I'm glad that the Liberal government has heard the calls of my honourable colleagues and incorporated these proposals in C16. These parts of the Government Bill C16 are long overdue and relevant to Canadians today. However, other components of C16 miss the mark because they simply did not go far enough to be relevant to the problems Canadians face today. For instance, C16 proposes to allow judges to ignore literally every mandatory prison sentence in the criminal code other than murder and treason. The Liberals are trying to allow judges to ignore mandatory sentences for crimes such as aggravated sexual assault with a gun, human trafficking, multiple violence with firearms, extortion with a firearm, weapons trafficking, drive-by shooting, and more. I call on the government party to hear the voices of Canadians who are living with 55% increase in violent crime, Canadians who want peace and security restored in their communities. Bill C-16's proposed elimination of mandatory sentence requirements must be split and removed from this bill so that it may be thoroughly debated and allow the solid parts of C-16 to proceed expeditiously for the safety of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I call on the government to listen once again to the voices of Canadians who oppose light sentences for serious and violent crimes and split this bill so we can advance the solid parts and work on the elements that need rework. Thank you.
The honourable member will have the 5 minutes for questions and comments the next time the bill comes to debate. Comme il est 13h30.
As it is 1:30, we'll now move on to private members' business.
Orders of today.
Private members' business, Bill C-222, in the name of the Honourable Terry Beach. The bill is entitled Relieving Grieving Parents of an Administrative Burden Act, Evans Law. We're resuming debate at second reading.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Adrian Cochrane.
Madam Speaker, today I acknowledge all the grieving parents across Canada who have had to endure both financial and emotional hardship at the hands of the federal government, due in large part to a systemic flaw in government programming for maternity and parental benefits. Nearly 10 years ago, we began a journey together to make change in this country, to make sure that in the future, parents who experience the loss of a child aren't also subjected to that same lack of support and compassion by their federal government. We sought some of the very changes that are now proposed in this bill. However, M110 was unfortunately repeatedly roadblocked by the current government. Thanks to the hard work of many advocates across the country who pushed back against that heartless resistance, it ultimately received the unanimous support of all members of the House at that time. But when the time came for concrete action, the Liberal government deliberately delayed moving on the recommendations that were made by the Human Resources Committee and voted down an amendment that we moved to their budget that would have seen positive change for grieving families happen as early as 2019. And now here we are debating proposed legislation based on most of the very same recommendations that were made more than 6 years ago. And while I appreciate the member bringing this forward now, I can't help but wonder how many families during that time could this government have compassionately responded to in their time of greatest need. Every single case is one too many. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take you back to the year 2016. I was first made aware of this serious flaw in our employment insurance program when I was approached by two of my constituents, Sarah and Lee Cormier. They contacted me following the unimaginable tragedy of losing their daughter Quinn at just 4 months old. She passed away suddenly and unexpectedly due to sudden infant death syndrome. And while in the midst of navigating the shock and grief of Quinn's loss, they were also informed by Service Canada that their parental benefits would be immediately cut off. And to add insult to injury, the benefits that they received in the week following Quinn's passing would have to be paid back. Now, if you were to ask anyone with an ounce of compassion if this should ever happen to a family during their darkest hours, the answer, of course, would be no. Unfortunately, the Cormier family is but one of thousands of families across this country that have been subjected to this same response from their government. A government that should be offering assistance for bereaved parents rather than adding an unnecessary burden during the most difficult period of their lives. Over the years, I've crossed the country attending memorial events and rallies organized by broken-hearted parents supporting one another through their grief and who are asking for nothing more than some compassion from their government. Instead, they are forced to fundraise, organize walks, runs, and other community events just so that they can help provide a cushion for another family who might someday experience the same kind of loss that they themselves have experienced. They honor the lives of their children by giving back, creating a safety net for anyone who has had to face the same unimaginable tragedy. And the funds these parents had received were already committed to them for the duration of their parental leave. So it stands to reason that in the event of the loss of a child during that time, those benefits could easily continue for a period to help them relieve any financial burdens that the family might also be experiencing. Adapting to the loss of a child is difficult enough without having to also be worried about bills or repaying benefits that you have to repay to the federal government that you had been entitled to had this unthinkable tragedy not occurred. And that was the foundation for the introduction of M110 in 2018. As I mentioned earlier, M110 ultimately received the unanimous support of the House of Commons when it was tabled here and was then referred to Human Resources Committee to be studied. In 2019, that committee tabled a report entitled Supporting Families After the Loss of a Child that outlined 7 recommendations. The report and those recommendations served as a blueprint to ensure that grieving parents would not have to endure both emotional and financial hardship after an unimaginable loss. It seemed reasonable that with the unanimous support for the motion itself, that these recommendations based on the motion would then see the same support. And one of those recommendations was a bereavement leave that would provide income support of 12 to 15 weeks for parents grieving the loss of an infant. This would allow them some space and some time to manage their loss without forcing them back to work out of necessity to provide for their families. A federal election later in 2019 and another in 2021 essentially sidelined any future progress that M110 could have made in creating a designated bereavement benefit. During that time, however, the parents, the families, the organizations that I'd come to know over the years and who had supported M110 did not sit silently by. The government had failed them by refusing to act on the recommendations passed in the report, but these individuals continued the hard work, hoping to finally have their experience acknowledged by their government. Petitions were signed, letters were mailed and emailed, and phone calls were made. And each year, the anniversary of their child's passing came and went. But rather than give up and decide to just move on, they remained steadfast in their determination to finding a solution to help others like them. Finally, after years of watching and waiting for the Liberal government to do something, anything, to implement those recommendations tabled in 2019, a small glimmer of hope came in the 2023 budget. A vague outline for a potential bereavement leave for pregnancy loss was included, but of course there was a catch. This bereavement leave would only be available to federally regulated employees, leaving scores of parents without that same assistance due to their sector of employment. So for all the work that these parents had put in to finally have their experience recognized, most of them would be left without access to that leave that they had fought so hard for. And it changed nothing with respect to the flaw in the Employment Insurance Act. After years of watching the Liberal governments in action and seeing this announcement only apply to federal sector workers, Sarah Cormier contacted my office once again. She created a petition, which I sponsored, calling on the Government of Canada to implement a bereavement benefit for all grieving parents of pregnancy and infant loss, and to implement all 7 recommendations contained within the committee report tabled in 2019. And with Sarah's help and the help of organizations and individuals all across Canada, we collected signatures. And I was proud to be able to table those petitions in the House of Commons. And still, we had more inaction from this government. More days, weeks, months, years went by. More heartbreaking anniversaries that bereaved parents observed. And for all the efforts that they had made in memory of their beloved child, hoping for change, still the government remained silent. More parents each year have gone through this same unimaginable experience only to be told by their government, "We're sorry for your loss, but you need to pay us back and return to work immediately." So much time has passed since M110 was first introduced in the House, and so many parents have lost a pregnancy or an infant since then that this Liberal government could have offered a much-needed support to. So why only now, Madam Speaker? Why only now? Why not in 2019 when the opportunity first presented itself? Countless individuals like Sarah and Lee Cormier have waited years for change. They've done the hard work to provide support to other grieving parents, wearing their loss with courage in the hopes that other families would have one less burden placed on them by their own government during their darkest hours. They've waited too long, Madam Speaker. And while I'm happy to see this injustice may finally be remedied, it also leaves me angered at the thought of so many parents continuing to be subjected to this treatment when recommendations for change had been made 7 years ago. We've all heard the saying, better late than never. But late in this case has caused significant emotional and financial hardship for so many parents who didn't have to suffer further at the hands of this Liberal government. I sincerely hope that this bill does not see the same resistance to its implementation that M110 did, as these parents deserve better from their government during a time of unimaginable loss. It should not have taken this long. In closing, as the father of a son and an infant daughter myself, I can tell you that parenthood is one of life's greatest joys. To lose a child is an unthinkable tragedy, and although we cannot legislate away that loss, we do have the ability to assure bereaved parents that government programming will not cause them unnecessary harm and stress while navigating their loss. The Employment Insurance Act must be amended to accommodate pregnancy and infant loss, and to finally give grieving parents the compassion they deserve from their government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are some bills that are very emotional, and it's difficult to not be emotional when speaking about these subjects. This bill seems to seeks to relieve grieving parents of an administrative burden. Evans Law, as it is called, like my colleague just said, as a parent, one cannot imagine having to go through the worst possible trauma one can experience. Just thinking about my young girl, Naomi, I'm going to give her a huge hug this evening when I see her, because children are what is most precious to us. This bill that puts humanity and dignity before paperwork, to me, that's what this bill is. This bill addresses a rare but deeply distressing reality, which is the loss of a child. It is an ordeal that shatters all one's points of reference, and no family should have to face the additional burden of government red tape. The Bloc Québécois firmly believes that at such times the government must not add an extra layer of suffering. We can't add a layer of suffering. When a family is grieving, the priority must be time, dignity, and stability, not paperwork, forms, or financial anxiety. When a family is grieving the loss of a child, that should be what guides us. Time, dignity, and stability, not bureaucracy. I would like to talk about the current problems in the federal system that led to the tabling of this bill. And then I will finish by opening a more larger debate on Liberal inaction with regards to employment insurance, especially with parental benefits. First of all, the current federal level issue is that can result in the termination of employment insurance benefits. Maternity or parental leave be called into question. The result is that bereaved parents must justify themselves, redo paperwork, or even return to work far too rapidly when they should be given the time to heal. This situation reveals that a disconnect exists between administrative rules and human reality. There's a rigidity which is typical of the federal employment insurance system. That's the situation that has led to this bill. Second of all, Bill C-222 offers a simple, targeted, and humane response, which is to maintain employment insurance benefits in the event of the death of a child during the benefit period. It maintains the maternity or paternal leave provided for in the Canada Labour Code. It's important to remember that no new application or request is required, no additional declarations would be required, and this is a clear exception. There is a clear exception also in the event of a criminal conviction. It seems to be a simple ask, no new requests, but there is an exception in the event of criminal activities, criminal convictions, rather. So this would be a humane measure. It would not be a financial drain on the federal system. Infant mortality is both low and stable. Approximately 380 deaths of children under 1 year of age in Quebec per year, which is a rate of 4.9 deaths per 1,000 births. We know that Canada is among the OECD countries with the lowest rates of infant and child mortality. So there's a clear political conclusion, which is this measure does not represent a major financial risk. The impact it does have is on families that are concerned by the situation. When the government cites public finances as a reason for refusing to act, we would be remiss not to remember that humanity does not come at a high price. Humanity is priceless. Madam Speaker, we support this bill. It corrects an unacceptable situation. I would like to take a bit of time to bring this in a more broader context, that of Liberal inaction on employment insurance. This winter, I will be at the Humour Committee for the first time. I've been following this file from afar. I've had colleagues that have worked on the file, that's put forward our ideas for EI. But what I see is that this bill is part of comes within a context of chronic inaction. No major reform of EI has been seen in decades. We have seen repeated refusals to improve special sickness benefits from 15 to 50 weeks. These are fights that the Bloc Québécois have been raising for a long time. There's the case of Émilie Sans-Façon, which is very striking. This mother had to fight against 2 cancers. She had to go back to work at the end of her chemotherapy sessions. She did not have the opportunity to convalesce as long as she should have, because it's very rare to beat cancer in just 15 weeks. And so she was a victim of the system. This act has not changed since 1971. So we tabled a bill to bring admissible weeks from 15 to 50 weeks. But even if in the House of Commons a motion had been adopted on the matter, Liberal MPs voted against, which was a flagrant lack of humanity with regards to people living terrible situations. People call our offices saying, what happens if I can't convalesce in 15 weeks? When will we get a higher number of benefit weeks so that we can heal and convalesce in dignity? In November 2024, the member Louise Chabot, who was the former member of Thérèse de Blainville, had also tabled a bill, C-418. Coming from her experience, she tried to change the number of benefit weeks for serious illnesses. She broadened it in her bill. There was still this 15 to 50 week change in case of serious illness, but unfortunately the bill died on the order paper because of the prorogation imposed on us by former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Elements in these bills were commended by some EI experts. This was a major reform. A couple of facts with regards to the bill that was tabled by the Bloc Québécois at the time. There were unique hybrid criteria, which increased the benefits from 55 to 60% based on the 12 highest weeks of salary, an increase of insurable income to 140% of an annualized weekly salary, an increase of 35 weeks from 15 to 50 of benefit weeks, increase in special benefits, an extension of the reference time for special benefits, an end of exclusions for regular EI benefits for those who have to leave work because of domestic violence, or for people who go back to their family obligations. This system has not been changed since 1971, and it was very discriminatory against women. In 2022, I remember that the courts stated that it was unacceptable that women be penalized because they have children. Workers should be able to obtain benefits if they lose their job, even if they were on maternity or parental leave at the time. A mother who loses her job during her maternity leave could not accumulate the number of hours to qualify for EI. And so we've been asking for this reform for years, and then the Liberal government decided to contest this judgment that was handed down at the time. To conclude, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois' point is clear. We support Bill C-222, but even if this bill is necessary because the federal system is failing, we must push forward. Quebec workers under federal jurisdiction must have the same protections as others. I didn't have time to say it. In Quebec, with the QPIP, benefits continue even in the event of a child's death. There's a personalised, humane approach that respects the grieving process. The Bloc Québécois supports this bill because a parent should not have to choose between grieving and financial survivor.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Bill C-222, the Relieving Grieving Parents of an Administrative Burden Act. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Honourable Member from Burnaby North Seymour for bringing this bill forward. The loss of a child is one of the most devastating experiences a parent can face. It is a loss that reshapes a family forever. In those moments, parents deserve compassion, stability, space to grieve, and time. What they do not deserve is confusion, paperwork, and bureaucracy. As a mother of 2 young boys, I know how completely children shape our lives. They give us our responsibility, our purpose, and our deepest vulnerabilities. Parenthood opens us up to extraordinary love while also reminding us how fragile life can be. When that loss occurs, the role of government must be clear, to support families and not to burden them. That is something all members can agree on in this chamber. Each year in Canada, thousands of families experience this unimaginable loss. In 2023 alone, more than 3,200 child deaths were reported, over half involving infants under the age of 1, with many occurring in the first month of life. Yet, under our current rules, while EI maternity benefits continue following the loss of a child, recognizing the physical and emotional recovery from childbirth, parental benefits stop immediately when a child dies. Their only alternative is to reapply for EI, a process that involves new applications, medical documentation, and bi-weekly reporting that forces parents to repeatedly confirm their loss. Mr. Speaker, no parent should have to prove their grief to the government. This is the gap that Bill C-22 addresses. The bill amends the Employment Insurance Act so that parents receiving EI benefits to care for a newborn or an adopted child remain eligible for those benefits even if their child dies during the benefit period. It also amends the Canadian Labour Code to ensure that parents remain entitled to maternity or parental leave without interruption in the event of a child's death. Madam Speaker, this is a simple, compassionate fix. It allows parents to grieve without administrative burden, prevents unnecessary clawbacks, and streamlines government processes without increasing overall costs. Most importantly, it treats all families, birth parents, adoptive parents, and same-sex parents, with dignity and respect. I have been encouraged by the broad cross-party support for this legislation. This is not a partisan issue. This is about shared values of empathy, fairness, and respect for families. It's also a reminder that Parliament can come together to fix systems when we see that they are causing harm. I do believe, though, that a broader conversation about how we can modernize employment insurance and caregiving supports is needed. But Evans Law is about acting now, where we can, to prevent harm that is both clear and avoidable. Madam Speaker, protecting families in moments of vulnerability is one of the most serious responsibilities we hold as legislators. When we see that rules cause harm, even unintentionally, we have a duty to change it. This removes unnecessary bureaucracy. And when I think of my own children, I am reminded that the decisions we make in this chamber reach into people's lives at their most fragile moments. Bill C-222 ensures that when families face the unthinkable, our systems can respond with care and not further complication. For these reasons, I urge all members to support Bill C-22. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-222 deals with one of the most devastating experiences a family can face. The death of a child is a moment that reshapes everything for parents and families. It is a moment of shock, grief, and profound loss, and it is not something that follows a schedule or fits neatly into administrative categories. In moments like that, the role of Parliament should be clear. Our systems should provide stability rather than uncertainty, compassion rather than pressure, and clarity rather than confusion. When families are at their most vulnerable, government should not become another burden that they are forced to carry. Bill C-222 responds to a real and long-standing gap in federal law. Under the current rules, parents who are receiving employment insurance, maternity, or parental benefits can lose access to those benefits if their child dies during the benefit period. In some cases, they are required to return to work immediately. In other cases, families are required to navigate a transition to a different benefit altogether with new eligibility criteria, new documentation requirements, and new timelines. That can mean completing forms, meeting deadlines, and learning unfamiliar rules, all while dealing with the immediate aftermath of a loss. This issue is not only the loss of support, but the timing. These administrative demands arise at precisely the moment when families are least equipped to respond to them. That outcome is not compassionate. It is not reasonable, and it is not what Canadians expect from a system that is meant to support families during times of hardships. The bill before us provides a straightforward and humane response. It allows parents who are already receiving EI maternity or parental benefits to continue receiving those benefits for the remainder of the approved period, even after their child dies. It also ensures that maternity and parental leave under the Canada Labour Code is not abruptly terminated in those circumstances. This legislation does not create new benefits. It does not extend leave beyond existing limits. It does not expand eligibility or introduce new categories of support. It simply allows families to continue under the framework that was already in place without being forced into sudden decisions or administrative hurdles during a period of grief. That is the reasonable approach. It is the compassionate approach, and it is one that deserves the support of this House. Conservatives support Bill C-222 at second reading. At this stage, the House is being asked to agree with the principle of the bill, not to resolve every detail. We believe that grieving families should not face unnecessary bureaucratic obstacles. We believe that the employment insurance system should operate predictably and fairly, and we believe that committee study provides the appropriate forum to ensure that the legislation is as clear, workable, and compassionate as possible. Madam Speaker, I want to pause briefly to acknowledge the work that has been done on this issue by Conservative colleagues in previous parliaments. In particular, the member for Ardrey Cochrane brought forward work that helped prompt serious examination of how employment insurance and related federal programs respond when families experience the loss of a child, including through committee study and parliamentary debate. I also want to recognize the contributions of the member for Calgary Shepherd, whose voice on this issue has carried a depth and gravity that speaks to real experience and whose work has constantly stood with families facing devastating loss. Those efforts helped move this issue forward and contributed meaningfully to bringing it to the point where Parliament is now in a position to act. Moments like this also remind us of the broader purpose of this place. While we will always have disagreements on policy and priorities, there are issues where our shared humanity must take precedence. When legislation speaks directly to loss, grief, and compassion, it calls on all of us to respond with decency and care. Bill C-222 matters because it removes an added burden of a moment of profound grief. It recognizes that grief does not follow administrative timelines. It recognizes that families should not be forced to make immediate employment decisions or navigate complex paperwork while they are mourning the death of a child. Employment insurance exists for moments when circumstances beyond a person's control interrupt their ability to work. It is a system Canadians pay into with the understanding that it will provide stability when life takes an unexpected and difficult turn. At its core, the purpose of insurance is continuity. It is meant to create a measure of certainty in uncertain times and to ensure that people are not forced into immediate decisions at the very point when they are at least able to make them. In situations of profound loss, the role of employment insurance is not to introduce new complexity, but to provide predictability and breathing room while people recover and regain their footing. Bill C-222 is ultimately about ensuring that the employment insurance system functions as it was intended in the moments of genuine hardship. It recognizes that there are circumstances where rigid application of existing rules can produce outcomes that do not reflect fairness or common sense, or modest legislative clarification can prevent unnecessary harm. There are moments when rigid application of rules can produce outcomes that are technically correct but fundamentally wrong. The death of a child is one of those moments. In these circumstances, systems should bend toward people in crisis, not away from them. At the same time, Madam Speaker, supporting this bill does not mean ignoring the fact that another serious gap remains. While Bill C-222 addresses what happens when a child dies during a benefit or leave period, it does not address the situation where a parent dies while on maternity or parental leave. Members of our caucus have encountered cases where a family lost a parent and then faced demands from the government to repay benefits that had already been paid. In these cases, the parent had to pay into the employment insurance system. The family relied on the benefits in good faith, and the surviving family faced immediate financial hardship because the parent who would have returned to work was no longer there. It is difficult to justify a system that responds to such a tragedy by clawing back support. Loss in those circumstances is already overwhelming. Adding financial shock to an emotional devastation does not serve the public interest. This is not about creating open-ended entitlements or expanding benefits indefinitely. It is about fairness and predictability. When a parent pays into EI, there is a reasonable expectation that the system will operate consistently. When that parent dies while on leave, the family loses both emotional support and future income at the same time. Grief should not trigger a retroactive penalty. For that reason, Conservatives intend to work constructively to strengthen this legislation so that it responds fairly in all tragic circumstances, not just some. Supporting a bill seeking to improve it are not contradictory positions. They are both part of responsible lawmaking. Bill C-222 moves us in that direction. It addresses a specific and an identifiable gap in the law, and it does so in a way that is limited and focused. It does not attempt to redefine the employment insurance system or expand its scope beyond what is already intended. What it does is remove an outcome that most Canadians would reasonably view as unfair. It prevents families from facing sudden loss of support as a result of circumstances entirely beyond their control and ensures that existing benefits continue as originally approved. That is an appropriate rule for legislation. When the application of a rule produces a result that clearly conflicts with fairness and common sense, Parliament has an obligation to intervene. Doing so does not require sweeping reform. It requires attention to detail and a willingness to correct what is not working as intended. Conservatives support this bill at second reading, and we will continue to approach it with the same focus, addressing real problems carefully, responsibly, and without creating new ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming
debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are debating Bill C-222, which was tabled by the member for Burnaby North Seymour, a riding which I have not had the opportunity to visit. I assume that he tabled this bill in good faith, and I say this because the member himself in the past was the Minister of Citizen Services in the former government, well, really the same government, but that we are all expected to call it a new government because they changed the Prime Minister, even though it is still a Liberal government. This bill would make it so that people who lose a child, a major ordeal in anyone's life. I am myself the father of 3, and I can tell you that becoming a parent is life-changing. Normally, learning that you are about to have a new child is a moment of great excitement, and the whole family gets excited, so does the happy couple. But there are cases where a child dies shortly after birth, and that is incredibly difficult. I'm lucky enough never to have gone through that. Death can occur before the birth, but it's even more terrible after a birth. And currently, within the Canadian EI system, if you lose a child, all of a sudden, you're not a parent anymore, of course, because you don't have a child. So you lose the ability to benefit from EI parental leave benefits that normally everyone can access. I find that entirely unacceptable. But that is the status quo. It is based on archaic laws that have not been modernized in years. Now, C222 points to flaws that exist within the EI system. But this element is just one of very many flaws in our current employment insurance system, and that is a serious problem. I'd like to tell one story. At one point, I was in Cégep, or university, I don't remember which. There were campaigns to modernize the employment insurance system. That was almost 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, there were campaigns to modernize EI, and there was pressure put on the governments of the day, the Liberal government under Paul Martin, followed by the Conservative government of Stephen Harper. There were campaigns protesting them removing money from the EI system, money that never went back in. Support measures were not put in place as promised. We'll recall that back in 2015, during their campaign, the Liberal government was going around saying, of course, we'll modernize the EI system. There were consultations, there were site visits, and it's been 11 years since then, without any major change. It is as though all of those promises amounted to nothing. Now, we finally have this bill before us, and we support the bill. We will be voting in favor of it, but we are disappointed by certain things. For one, it's not a government bill. It's a private member's bill. It comes from a backbench MP who is having to force his government to do something, assuming that the Liberals vote in favor of the bill, which I do seem to think they will. All of this is a demonstration of the fact that we are long overdue for a major overhaul of employment insurance. Everyone agrees on this. Labor rights groups, groups representing unemployed persons, and people from Quebec, in Gaspésie, the Magdalen Islands, the North Shore. Everyone agrees the EI system isn't working anymore. And it, in fact, particularly disadvantages rural regions because there are flaws in the system. The government will say that there are pilot projects to resolve this, but a pilot project is, by its very nature, temporary, which means it cannot represent the whole solution. Every time there's a pilot project, everyone lives in fear of it ending and the problems coming back. Just a little bit about what the Bloc has said on the EI issue. We highlighted the case of Émilie Sans-Façon, who, very sadly, is no longer with us. Her father fought for EI reform. The case of Emily Sansfaçon reveals that when you come down with a serious illness, for example, cancer, and you try to access EI benefits, because you certainly shouldn't be working, you should be focused on your own recovery, you can only access up to 15 weeks instead of what the figure should be, 50 weeks. That's the Bloc proposal. Steps were taken after the government promised that changes would be put in place. What's sad about all of this is that the Liberals are reputed to be a social democratic party that cares about the people. They're supposed to be a party with a heart, one that is open to changing and improving social policy. Not just social policy, social supports for people experiencing difficulties. So I fail to understand why they did not reform the EI system in the years they've been in power. When I was in university, I recall that groups representing the unemployed noted that 1 in every 2 people would be unable to benefit from EI due to the incredibly strict rules that existed at the time. I don't have the exact numbers before me, but given the lack of change we have seen, I imagine things are still the same today. We know that we're in a difficult economic period. We know there's a lot of uncertainty, and people in various sectors of the economy have lost their jobs. Such a time would normally compel us to think, what can we do to help people? How can we reform EI? It's been a long time since the 1930s, but the whole reason we have an EI system is because of the economic challenges of that time. So we should be asking the same questions as we did back then. What can we do for people who are going through financial difficulty? The Bloc Québécois is planning to vote in favor of Bill C-222, but we think that there should be more ambition. The government has been in power for 10 years, promising change the whole time. I get the sense that if they haven't done it yet, they're not going to do it. The good news is this is a minority government, and that means that the other parties can get things done. At the very least, it's a minority government for the time being. The Conservative Party, who sits to our right, suddenly have discovered that they're virtue after years of being fairly anti-worker in their policies. So it might be the case that the Conservatives, the Bloc and the NDP will gather together and get something by the Liberals in the future. You never know. I have low expectations when it comes to the Conservatives, but it is still a possibility, and one that unfortunately we will have to rely on, because we do have to do something. We have to do more for people. The loss of a child is something major in the life of individuals, but it is relatively rare at a macro level. In Quebec, the child mortality rate is 4.9 out of every 1,000 births. But when this does happen, we want to help affected persons. Unfortunately, it would seem that the Liberals only care about oil companies and not people. I will reiterate again that the mortality rate is 4.9 per 1,000 births. It's not a lot of people, but those people are profoundly impacted. This measure in C-222 would not have a major financial impact, but would make a world of difference to grieving parents. I hope that everyone will vote for the bill before the House right now, but it must be said that the government should go farther. This problem was already resolved in Quebec through the Quebec Parental Insurance Program. Once again, the federal government is lagging behind. They should do more to get caught up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Burnaby North Seymour for his right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I only have 5 minutes. I'm not going to take a lot of it, but I'm going to spend a lot of the start saying thanks. I want to say thanks to all of my colleagues who contributed, not just today, but in the first hour. To all of my colleagues that have been working on this for several years, either at the HUMA Committee or in various bills. It's hard for me to explain why it's perhaps taken this long to get to this place. But I'm doing everything that I can to make sure that this gets across the line. And I want to thank especially the members who presented their own personal individual stories. The fact that we have members in this House that could have benefited from this bill who are willing to be vulnerable, get up and tell their stories, just tells you how impactful this is for the more than 1,600 families that this affects across Canada. I'd like to thank them next. For those families who have had this happen to you, for sharing your stories. Those are not stories that are easy to tell. But there are stories that these families told, not for their own personal benefit, but for the benefit of the next family who may benefit from this particular legislation. So for that, a real heartfelt thank you. I want to thank the Minister for Jobs and Families, the Minister of Finance, all of their staff who have helped work through various iterations of this and who will continue to work as we go through, hopefully, to the committee process and on to what I hope is third reading and royal assent. And of course, I want to thank the critics, both the old critic and the new critic in the bloc, and the critics in all the parties, for their communication and their work on this so far. For the 1,600 families that are going to benefit from this, this bill provides a simple and elegant fix. And when a member from the bloc in the first hour rose up, they asked, this is a good measure, it seems to have universal support, but we're concerned about the royal recommendation. And asked me, do you have the royal recommendation? I answered honestly, I don't have it, but I need everybody's help to try and get it. Well, I'm happy to update the House and say that I believe that we have found a path to get one.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
But it will require cooperation at committee, and we have to tie up a few loose ends. The required amendments are straightforward. They do not change the purpose of the bill. They simply ensure sound legislative execution. So we will work diligently to make sure that that is successful. Because the last thing we want to do is have another bill go all the way through and then not actually help those 1,600 families. I believe there is broad agreement in this House to move this quickly to HUMA. I don't think that it will take that long to study it. We can have it back in the House. We could actually probably have this wrapped up by February. We have the evidence, we have the stories, we have the solution right in front of us. So for the benefit of all Canadians and those future families who, for the most unfortunate of circumstances, might face this kind of tragedy, let's get this done. Let's use this moment to help those future families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Monsieur Beach, appuyé par Madame Gold.
Mr. Beach, seconded by... Sorry, the question is as follows. Mr. Beach, seconded by Ms. Gold, moves that Bill C-222, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, death of a child, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
Person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person, I believe the honourable member for, Burnaby North Seymour is rising.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish you and everyone a good weekend, and I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 4th, 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 2:17, pursuant to orders made on Thursday, October 23rd, 2025, and Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, the House stands adjourned until Monday, February 2nd, 2026, at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.